chosen one. Before you even pressed play, heaven had already paused time. The delay you felt wasn't a glitch, it was divine design. For hours, heaven waited for this window, this single heartbeat, this sacred space where the noise of the world would finally fade enough for you to hear. Listen carefully. The air itself seems to hold its breath. You are not here by accident. You've wondered why everything went silent, why prayers seemed to hang unanswered, like candles burning in a windless room. That silence was not absence. It was the sound of heaven preparing to speak your name. Somewhere, far beyond the noise of your daily life, the angels stood still. God himself watched and waited for your soul to be quiet enough to receive the next instruction. You thought it was delay, but in truth, it was a divine pause before revelation. He waited hours, not because he forgot, but because he wanted this moment to pierce through every distraction that's been pulling you away. There's a story heaven keeps returning to: a quiet young woman, hidden away in a season of waiting. She wasn't famous, wasn't celebrated, wasn't seen. For 3 years, she served quietly in the back of the temple, scrubbing floors, refilling lamps, whispering prayers into shadows. One night, as everyone slept, she heard her name carried in the wind, soft, deliberate, unmistakable. Rise, daughter, the time has come. The same wind that brushed her face that night is brushing yours now. You, too, are standing at the doorway of a divine moment. Every second you spent doubting if God remembered you was part of a deeper orchestration, like an artist letting paint dry before adding the next color. God was allowing your waiting to give the picture of your destiny its depth. You don't rush art. You don't rush eternity. Think of it like a seed buried under cold soil. For months it looks lifeless. Nothing moves. But beneath the surface, invisible roots twist toward light they cannot yet see. Heaven has been doing the same in you, growing unseen strength beneath the ground of your stillness. You've been in incubation, not isolation. And now, he speaks. His voice doesn't thunder this time. It arrives as a whisper that wraps around your spirit, like light around dawn. I never left. I was shaping you for something that requires silence first. Do you feel that tightening in your chest? That trembling that feels both sacred and familiar? That's recognition. Your spirit knows the sound of its maker. Every chosen one feels it, the moment when heaven stops being a concept and becomes a conversation. You've been asking questions that sounded like pain, but were actually invitations. Why did I lose that opportunity? Why didn't they see my worth? Why did that season end? The answers weren't no. They were not yet. Because what's meant for you has to be strong enough to carry eternity's weight. Not just temporary applause. The night God waited to speak was the same night you almost gave up. Do you remember? The tears fell quietly. And you said, maybe I misheard him. But even then, heaven didn't panic. It waited. God doesn't rush what's eternal. He waits until your heart is tender enough to hold truth without breaking under it. Tonight, he says this: the silence is over. Your journey has been the prelude to something breathtaking. You are about to walk into rooms where the atmosphere will shift, simply because you carry the residue of his presence. That's why he couldn't let you rush ahead. He was protecting the oil he placed on you from contamination by counterfeit hands. In the story of waiting, you have not been forgotten. You have been chosen. Like Moses hidden in a basket before he faced Pharaoh, like David tending sheep before wearing a crown, like Mary before the angel arrived. You've been in a holding pattern of heaven's design, and now that pattern breaks. The Word of God declares in the book of Habakkuk, chapter 2, verse 3, "For the vision awaits an appointed time, it speaks of the end, and will not prove false. Though it lingers, wait for it. It will certainly come, and will not delay." Do you feel that? It's the moment when heaven confirms what your spirit always knew. You haven't been late, you've been aligned. The vision that lingered is now waking up. When you rise, rise quietly but confidently. Let peace be your proof. Let transformation be your testimony. People who once overlooked you will wonder when you changed. But you'll know the truth. You were being formed in silence, and the silence has finally spoken. The waiting wasn't punishment, it was preparation. The voice you hear now isn't new, it's ancient and familiar. Echoing through every heartbreak, you survived. And now it finds you again, reminding you, you are the one he waited to speak to. If this moment speaks to your heart, pause and type 333 inches, the comments, as your sign of agreement with heaven's timing. Then, if this message stirred something deep in you, like, share, and subscribe, not out of routine, but as a declaration. I am ready for what God has prepared. Because heaven didn't wait hours for nothing. It waited for you. Heaven moves slowly because it builds deeply. Every miracle you'll walk in tomorrow was planted in this very stillness tonight. Don't rush the dawn. It's already forming behind the hills of your surrender. Some doors won't open with effort, only with alignment. When you rest in God's rhythm, things that once resisted you begin to yield. The silence that frightened you will soon be the sanctuary that strengthens you. And when it happens, when the long-awaited word becomes visible in your life, remember this: He waited hours, not just to speak to you, but to speak through you. You sit quietly after the message settles. The stillness now, a familiar friend instead of a stranger. It hums around you, alive and purposeful. The world outside still moves with its chaos, screens flash, notifications chime, but something in you has shifted. Heaven has turned its gaze fully toward you. There is a tenderness in this moment, a fragile awareness that God has been closer than you ever realized. The voice that spoke through silence now lingers, not demanding, not loud, just present. You begin to understand that His waiting wasn't just for you to listen, it was for you to feel the rhythm of His patience. You were learning His timing by living inside His pause. The first lesson of the chosen is not power, nor recognition, it is waiting. Waiting without losing wonder. Waiting without losing worship. It's a strange curriculum, taught through absence, through delay, through the long, quiet hours when the sky gives no sign. You think of the times you almost quit, nights when exhaustion wrapped around your heart like a fog, the prayers whispered into your pillow. Lord, do you still see me? Each time, heaven answered in its own language through endurance, through peace that made no sense, through the next sunrise that arrived just when you needed proof the world hadn't ended. It's in that endurance that you've been molded, like clay left on the wheel, spinning under a patient potter's hands. Too soon, and the shape would collapse. Too long, and the form would harden beyond use. He knew exactly when to press and when to pause. And now, the clay has memory. It remembers every touch, every shaping moment, every tear that fell into it. You realize that the same hands that held you in silence were writing something sacred into your texture. You were being formed to hold glory without cracking. There was a man once quiet, unseen, working in a dusty carpenter's shop. No fame, no spotlight, no proof that heaven even noticed his daily labor. Yet the day came when he was entrusted with the raising of the Messiah himself. Joseph's story is the story of every chosen one who waits faithfully in hidden obedience. You don't need to chase recognition when God himself is watching in secret. In the stillness, you recall every missed opportunity, every closed door. You now see them not as denials, but as redirections. Each no was steering you away from lesser things so you could stand ready when the greater call arrived. Heaven protects its investments. And you, chosen one, are a divine property. Sometimes, waiting feels like standing in an empty hallway with doors on either side. None of them open. No light under the cracks. Yet if you stay long enough, you'll hear it. The faint hum of destiny aligning behind one door. It's not locked, it's timed. Heaven's clock does not tick like ours. It moves in purpose, not minutes. The moment your heart matures into readiness, time itself bends to make room for your arrival. The hours that seemed wasted were actually the currency used to purchase your transformation. You remember the image of that seed buried underground. It didn't resist the dark. It leaned into it, trusting the unseen warmth to call it upward when the moment was right. You are that seed, still expanding in the quiet soil of divine patience. The fire in you has not gone out. It has simply learned to burn without spectacle. There is strength in this kind of hidden flame, the kind that needs no applause to keep glowing. When you speak next, your words will carry a weight that silence taught you. Every chosen one walks through this pattern: silence, shaping, revelation. You are now between shaping and revelation, the threshold place. The air feels different here. There is tension and expectation, like the few seconds before dawn, when the sky bruises purple just before it explodes into gold. You are not who you were when this began. The waiting stripped away your need for validation, peeled off the false layers that once kept you bound to people's approval. What's left is raw, real, holy, unmistakably marked. Heaven's fingerprints are still visible on your soul. There's something extraordinary about becoming someone who no longer rushes. The world values speed, but heaven values depth. The longer the root, the taller the tree. And you, who once thought you were being buried, are about to discover you've been planted for towering growth. The Word of God reveals this truth clearly in the book of James, chapter 1, verse 4. Let perseverance finish its work, so that you may be mature and complete, not lacking anything. The words land softly yet powerfully, like rain on thirsty soil. Perseverance is not punishment, it's perfection in progress. Every delay, every season of silence, was heaven completing what it started in you. And now you begin to notice something subtle. The quiet no longer feels empty. It feels inhabited. You feel inhabited. Every breath carries a whisper of assurance. You are almost ready. I'll live. The potter hasn't abandoned the wheel. He's admiring his work. The lines of your life tell a story of endurance that angels sing about. What you've endured in silence will become the melody of those who listen to you later. The night may still be long, but it no longer feels hopeless. The stars have begun to speak small glimmers of divine confirmation, reminding you that even in darkness, heaven is deliberate. This is not the end of the waiting. It's the maturing of it. You've learned to breathe differently now, to listen between the moments, to trust that heaven's stillness is not stillness at all. It's steady movement beneath the surface of time. You no longer need a sign. You've become the sign. The silence has taught you more than 1,000 sermons could. It stripped you of hurry, broke your addiction to answers, and introduced you to the voice that speaks between heartbeats. But now, the Spirit begins to move again. The still air that once felt heavy starts to shimmer with expectancy. Something is waking. You feel it first as a weight in your chest, not fear. But divin momentum. Heaven is gathering the fragments of your waiting, weaving them into a single thread of purpose. Everything is about to connect. You walk outside one morning, and the world looks different. The same sky, the same trees. Yet every detail feels alive, as though creation itself has been holding its breath for this unveiling. The air carries the scent of promise. The silence wasn't the end of your story. It was the inhale before God's exhale. There's a rhythm you're beginning to recognize now. The quiet wasn't meant to numb you. It was meant to tune you. Every sound around you, the rustle of leaves, the hum of traffic, the laughter of strangers, all becomes a kind of worship once your spirit is aligned. You begin to hear purpose in everything. The path ahead isn't empty. It's prepared. Each step you'll take from this moment forward has already been seen, measured, and blessed. Heaven is not improvising, it's orchestrating. But make no mistake, when light begins to move through you, darkness notices. The same silence that trained your patience also trained your discernment. You'll now recognize the counterfeit voices, the distractions that sound holy but pull you off course. You've been sharpened for this exact awareness. You are not the same soul that trembled in confusion. You are steady now. Your heart has been fortified by divine patience. The echo of his whisper still lingers, shaping your decisions, guiding your pace. And there will come moments, brief but holy, when God allows you to see how your waiting became someone else's miracle. Perhaps your endurance gives courage to another weary soul. Perhaps your quiet faith becomes the proof that God still answers softly. You remember the story of the woman who waited by the well, misunderstood by everyone who passed her by. She thought her life was a cycle of mistakes and shame. But the day Jesus sat beside her, time itself shifted. Her waiting turned into revelation, her shame into testimony. That's what divine timing does. It turns the ordinary into eternal moments. The lesson is clear. Nothing in God's timing is wasted. Every unreturned message, every unanswered prayer, every door that refused to open, He's been using them to sculpt your discernment. You see now that the pause was never about withholding. It was about protecting. There is a stillness inside you now, but it's no longer hollow, it's holy. This stillness is the throne room where peace rules. When storms rise again, you'll return here, not to hide, but to remember. The God who waited hours to speak is still speaking, always speaking. You begin to grasp that your life is not random, it's rhythmic. Heaven has been composing it like a song, every rest note, every pause, perfectly placed to make the melody complete. As the understanding deepens, a verse comes alive in your heart. According to the book of Psalms, chapter 27, verse 14, "Wait for the Lord, be strong, and take heart, and wait for the Lord." The words pulse through you like a heartbeat. Waiting is no longer something you endure, it's something you do with faith. It's worship in slow motion. And maybe that's the secret. Heaven has been whispering all along. Waiting is not wasted time, it's sacred time. So when others rush ahead, chasing things that fade, you'll move differently. You'll move with purpose. You'll understand that destiny doesn't require haste, it requires harmony. The chosen ones are not those who run fastest, but those who move in sync with the divine rhythm. Let that realization settle in you. Let it calm your racing thoughts. The world shouts, "Hurry," but heaven whispers, "Halt." You've learned the difference now. If your spirit feels this truth deep within, if you sense that something inside you has been quietly preparing for this moment, then type, "I stand ready." Oh, it's more than a comment. It's a declaration. It says, "I'm done doubting the delay. I'm done calling silence a curse. I know now it was God's way of building my strength." And when you write it, even softly, even with trembling hands, heaven will recognize the sound, because it's the same sound that rose from prophets, dreamers, and warriors before you, the sound of a chosen one, saying, "I trust the timing of God." Let the silence you once feared has become your sanctuary. You no longer run from quiet moments, you lean into them, because in the quiet, you have found the voice that never shouts, yet always guides. It is here that strength takes root slowly, deeply, invisibly. Each breath you take now carries a sense of awareness. You've begun to understand that divine timing is not about slowness, it's about synchronization. Heaven doesn't measure by seconds, it measures by readiness. The moment your heart aligns with obedience, the future rushes to meet you. You think of the days you cried out, asking why heaven waited so long. Now, you see the mercy in the delay. If the blessing had arrived earlier, it would have crushed you. But now, refined through patience, you can hold it without trembling. That's how grace works. It strengthens before it supplies. The purpose of this waiting wasn't to prove your worth, but to prepare your vessel. You are not simply a receiver of promises, you are a carrier of divine assignments. Every scar you carry has become a seal of authority, a reminder that you have survived. Every season meant to silence you. Even the tears that once fell in frustration have become holy ink. Writing testimonies you'll soon share with others. Someone out there will one day hear your story and find courage to wait a little longer. And in that moment, your obedience will echo through eternity. So, when you whisper, "I stand ready," know this, you are not speaking alone. Heaven repeats it with you. Every angel that waited through your silence now moves with you into the unfolding promise. The day after heaven's whisper still lingers in your spirit, like a soft echo that refuses to fade. You go about your daily rhythm, working, walking, noticing, but something feels different. It's as though the unseen world has turned its face toward you. There's an alertness in the air, an invisible hum under every moment, like the sound before thunder. When the atmosphere prepares to break, you realize that what God speaks in silence never stays confined to that moment. His words ripple outward, touching circumstances, rearranging outcomes, aligning invisible threads that you can't yet see. Waiting was one thing, watching the unfolding is another. And now, you're in that in-between place where obedience begins to bear fruit. Slowly, but unmistakably, you sense it first in small things. The conversation that opens a door you didn't expect. The email that arrives just when you had stopped hoping. The feeling that your footsteps are being guided. Even in the ordinary, heaven has begun its movement. And it's not subtle, it's strategic. This is the mystery of divine timing. What looked like delay was actually coordination. Heaven was not idle while you waited. It was building the stage, preparing the hearts, arranging the scenes of your story. The silence was the sound of construction behind a closed curtain. There's a truth most never see until they've lived it. When heaven moves, it doesn't always make noise. It doesn't announce itself with trumpets or lightning. Sometimes, it moves through whispers, through small alignments that only the discerning notice. You've become one of those who can notice. You now see God in details. There's a peace that comes from this awareness, a peace that doesn't depend on proof. You've stopped demanding signs because you've become one. Your endurance has transformed you into living evidence of faith's reality. You remember the old story of Elijah on Mount Carmel. Fire fell from heaven when he prayed. But what came before the fire was far less dramatic, a rebuilding of the altar stone by stone. Before power, there must be order. Before manifestation, there must be alignment. You understand now that your season of stillness was the rebuilding of your inner altar. Each moment of surrender placed another stone in its rightful position. Every time you forgave, trusted, or remained still when others rushed ahead, another piece of that altar was restored. And now, the fire is ready to fall, but not to consume you, rather to illuminate you. There is a sacred confidence growing inside you. You used to beg for signs, now you look for alignment. You used to plead for doors to open, now you wait for God to walk through first. This is maturity, the graduation from needing proof to living in trust. People around you may not notice the change at first. You still smile, still speak gently, still walk through your routines. But inside, there is thunder. Inside, there is revelation. You've tasted the calm strength of divine patience, and it has marked you permanently. And when you speak now, something different rides on your words. There's a steadiness that only comes from time spent in the quiet places with God. You don't need to convince anyone of your transformation. Peace becomes your proof. There's another story, ancient yet alive. Joshua stood before the Jordan River. Water raging. People behind him, waiting for a miracle. The instruction God gave him seemed simple but strange. Step into the water before it parts. That's the moment you now live in. The silence has prepared you for steps that defy logic. Heaven is asking you to move before the evidence appears. Faith doesn't erase uncertainty, it redefines it. What once felt like risk now feels like obedience. The same river that once intimidated Joshua became the pathway of deliverance once his feet touched it. The same principle applies to you. What once felt like resistance will soon become revelation. Your trust has become a bridge, and heaven walks across it daily, carrying blessings toward you. You may not see them yet, but you can feel the weight of what's coming. It's heavy with purpose. You look back briefly, not with regret, but with gratitude. The waiting season that once felt endless now looks like the most sacred classroom of your life. You wouldn't trade it now, not for anything, because in that waiting, you learn to hear heaven without noise, to trust without evidence, to believe without applause. You've become the kind of person storms can't intimidate. You've been through too much silence to fear sudden thunder. There's a strength that only comes from being forged in unseen places, and you carry it now like a hidden crown. The scriptures affirm this truth in the book of Joshua. Chapter 1, verse 9. Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged. For the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. The verse doesn't promise the absence of challenge. It promises presence in the middle of it. That's what your waiting has secured, the awareness of His nearness. You don't walk into new seasons hoping He's with you. You walk knowing He never left. And that changes everything. It changes the way you stand in front of closed doors. It changes the way you respond to uncertainty. You no longer plead for clarity. You carry conviction. The silence that once tested your faith has now become your foundation. You've learned that when heaven pauses, it's not because you're forgotten, it's because something eternal is being positioned on your behalf. The shift has already begun. The same hands that held back answers are now guiding them toward you. The same God who waited hours to speak is now orchestrating the echo of His words in your life. You were never just waiting. You were being woven into a story greater than yourself. The silence was never empty. It was full of design. And now, the design unfolds. There comes a point in every divine story where the silence gives way to sound, where stillness begins to move, where waiting starts to bloom. You've reached that point now. It's subtle. You won't find it in thunder or flashes of light, but it's real. The air feels alive around you, as if every unseen thing has started to lean in your direction. Heaven's patience has turned into momentum. You don't have to force it. You don't have to chase it. The same God who waited hours to speak now breathes life into what He promised you long ago. There's no striving left in you, only surrender. The seed that once slept in darkness now feels the pull of light, stretching upward because it was designed to. So are you. Your journey has been like the growth of a hidden vineyard. For years, no fruit appeared, only twisting vines and tangled roots. You wondered if anything sacred could ever come from your soil, but God was working underneath, intertwining the roots, ensuring they could bear the sweetness of what's now beginning to surface. That's how heaven builds longevity, by anchoring you deep before allowing you to rise. And when you look back, you'll see it clearly. Every disappointment was pruning. Every delay was sunlight withheld, so your roots could go deeper. What felt like loss was really cultivation. There's a quiet gratitude blooming in you now. You find yourself smiling for no reason, sensing that the worst is over, not because life suddenly became easy, but because you've become steady. You no longer measure God's faithfulness by visible progress. You measure it by peace that doesn't leave. Still, part of you hesitates to share what you're learning. You worry that people won't understand. Yet the very reason you were chosen wasn't just to survive, it was to speak. The silence you endured has made your words carry weight. Someone out there is living through the same night you've just emerged from, and your voice could become their dawn. Imagine your story as a lantern. When you lift it, even a little, someone lost in darkness finds direction. Sharing doesn't make you proud, it makes you purposeful. Maybe that's what this moment is about, turning your private revelation into light for someone else's path. You don't have to shout it, You don't have to be perfect. Just tell the truth that God's timing may take longer than expected, but it never fails. Tell them that the silence they fear could be the very space where heaven is building their strength. And if this message has reached you exactly when your heart needed a reminder, maybe that's not coincidence. Maybe it's confirmation. Maybe God is gently saying, now that you've heard, help someone else hear. According to the book of Proverbs, chapter 16, verse 9, in their hearts, humans plan their course, but the Lord establishes their steps. Those words settle over you like morning light through a window. You can plan, you can dream, you can hope, but the steps that matter most are the ones He sets beneath your feet. And when He orders your path, you no longer need to rush. You only need to trust. Now, if this truth feels alive within you, if your heart is steady and grateful, then act on that peace. Like this message as a quiet heartbeat of gratitude, the small pulse that says, I recognize this light. Share it not out of duty, but as if you were releasing a paper boat of hope onto the river of someone else's night. Let God decide which shore it reaches. And when you feel ready, subscribe, not as routine, but as planting a tree beside living water. Each time you return, the roots deepen, and shade stretches toward others. Because spreading light has never been about numbers, it's about nurture. Each gesture is a seed. Each click, a quiet yes whispered into eternity. So, walk gently into this new season. Carry your lessons like lanterns. Let others feel the warmth of what you've discovered in the silence. That's how light spreads, not through demand, but through devotion. And if ever doubt whispers again, remember this: the same God who waited hours to speak your name will never fall silent when you call. His timing is flawless. His presence is constant. And His plan, though slow, is sure. Let the next breath you take be a quiet amen to that truth. The story doesn't end here, it expands. Like dawn stretching across the horizon, revelation keeps unfolding, reaching corners of your life you haven't even touched yet. You start to see that this is not just about your moment of waiting, it's about learning heaven's rhythm for the rest of your journey. Every breath becomes worship now. You've stopped dividing the sacred from the ordinary because you finally understand God is in both. He's in the laughter shared with a friend, in the quiet coffee before sunrise, in the gentle pause before answering a question. Each small act becomes holy when done in awareness of Him. You find yourself listening differently. The same streets that once felt noisy now feel alive with unseen conversation. Heaven doesn't always speak in thunder. It often hums through the simple things. You've developed new ears to hear it. This is what it means to walk with God, not waiting for the dramatic, but discerning the divine in the daily. The lessons of the silence were never meant to make you cautious. They were meant to make you clear. Now that your vision has sharpened, the next steps will come with ease. You'll sense direction not as pressure, but as peace. When others rush, you'll stand still. When others doubt, you'll smile. Because you've seen behind the curtain. You know that the God who waited hours to speak is still weaving miracles in real time. So walk on, chosen one, without fear of delay. Heaven's watch still ticks for you, and its timing, perfect as ever, will always find you right on time. There is a stirring in your spirit tonight. Something quiet but insistent, like the sound of water moving under frozen ground. You can't see it, yet you know it's alive. That's how the next chapter of your calling begins, not with a loud announcement, but with a subtle inner awakening. Heaven has shifted something in the unseen. The waiting has shaped you. Now, the shaping begins to speak. This part of your journey is not about hearing new words from God. It's about walking out the ones He already gave. Every promise you received in the stillness now asks for motion. It's like the moment a bird, long sheltered in the nest, feels wind for the first time. The nest was necessary, but it was never the destination. You might feel both ready and terrified. That's normal. Every chosen one experiences that trembling before flight. Faith never erases fear completely. It teaches you to move anyway. The strength you feel now is different. It's quiet, anchored, unshakable. The kind that doesn't need applause to know it's anointed. You've learned how to hear God. Now, you'll learn how to follow Him when His steps are invisible. The world around you won't understand. They'll ask, "How can you be so sure?" And your answer will not come from logic, it will come from peace, because peace is heaven's confirmation. Think of Noah. He built an ark under clear skies while others laughed. He didn't have proof. He had instruction. The sound of mockery didn't drown out the voice of obedience. That's your season now, moving with faith, even when evidence hasn't caught up yet. Heaven's whisper will always be stronger than earth's doubt. You can feel destiny pressing on the edges of your everyday life now, the same way the tide pushes softly before it surges. God is giving gentle nudges toward new beginnings. You notice divine coïncidences face, words, opportunities that seem random but carry a quiet precision. The puzzle pieces are clicking together, and even when you hesitate, grace moves ahead of you, clearing paths you don't yet see. What you thought would require force is unfolding through favor. Doors are opening with whispers, not with noise. There's a freedom that comes when you finally understand that obedience is not sacrifice, it's partnership. You're no longer trying to earn God's approval, you're walking inside it. The waiting taught you that His silence was love in disguise. Now His movement is love revealed. Every chosen one reaches a moment like this, when heaven stops explaining and starts expecting. You've been prepared, instructed, refined. Now, heaven says, walk. The future is no longer distant. It's standing at your door, waiting for your agreement. It's a holy tension. This intersection of stillness and motion, you feel the pull of destiny and the peace of surrender blending together. That's how you know the moment is real. You don't feel pressure. You feel permission. Look around. The landscape of your life may not have changed drastically, yet you sense that everything within you has shifted. The same job, the same city, the same routine, but your perception has been anointed. You see purpose where you once saw frustration. You see alignment where you once saw delay. You begin to recognize that waiting never wasted you. It refined your sight. You can now spot divine fingerprints on ordinary things. That's spiritual maturity, not escaping the world, but finding God within it. The Word of God speaks in the book of Romans, chapter 8, verse 28. And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love Him, who have been called according to His purpose. You've heard this verse before, but tonight it sounds different. It no longer feels like a verse written for someone else. It feels like your story in motion. Everything that once broke you has been woven into the tapestry of your becoming. The tears, the setbacks, the loneliness, all threads that form the pattern of purpose. The enemy wanted those moments to bury you, but God used them to build you. The grave the world dug became the garden God grew. That's what divine strategy looks like. It turns losses into lessons and scars into stories. Now, you stand at the edge of the next divine instruction. Heaven won't shout it this time. It will whisper again. The same voice that spoke in silence will speak in subtle confirmations. Peace, timing, alignment. Trust them. Don't overthink it. Heaven rarely repeats itself, but it always reinforces truth through peace. You don't need to see the entire path to take the first step. You've learned to walk by faith, not by sight. Each step you take is like pressing your foot into soft earth that glows faintly beneath you, lit only when you move forward. There will be moments when you'll pause and wonder if you're still on the right road. But the same presence that waited hours to speak will keep guiding your pace. His silence now won't mean distance, it will mean trust. He's training you to navigate by presence, not by proof. And when you stumble, and yes, you will remember, chosen doesn't mean flawless, it means faithful. Heaven celebrates progress, not perfection. Every step you take in obedience echoes louder than 1,000 words of hesitation. You may not realize it, but right now, angels are aligning around your path. The same heaven that once paused to reach you in stillness is now surrounding you in motion. Destiny is no longer an idea, it's a direction. Pause for a moment and breathe. Feel the quiet rhythm inside you, that steady pulse that says, "You were born for this." Let that truth sink deep. If your spirit feels this confirmation, if something inside you knows this message found you at exactly the right time, then type 888 inches the comments. The number 8 is the symbol of resurrection and renewal, the breaking of old cycles and the birth of divine beginnings. It's the rhythm of heaven restarting in you. Like a heartbeat after a long silence, when you write those 3 8s, you're not chasing luck, you're agreeing with life itself. You're saying, "I'm ready to rise from what was and walk into what is." Let each 8 echoes once for your past, once for your present, and once for your future. It's heaven's way of saying that what began in waiting will continue in purpose and end in glory. When you comment 888, see it as a prophetic gesture, a key unlocking the next step of your faith journey. And heaven hears it. The same heaven that waited hours to speak over you now smiles as you respond, because this, right here, is the moment when listening becomes movement. So, lift your head. The silence behind you has become your strength. The wind that once pressed against you now carries you forward. You're not returning to old ground. You're walking into the promise that waited for your maturity. This is the shift. This is the beginning. And the best part, you're ready. The following morning feels different. Though the world around you looks the same, the air seems to move slower, carrying a weight of purpose that your spirit recognizes before your mind does. You wake not just from sleep, but from a season. Something has changed, not loudly, not dramatically, but deeply. It's the quiet kind of change that happens inside the soul, the kind that heaven begins before you even notice. You lie still for a moment, letting the stillness speak. There's no rush, no pressure. For once, peace isn't something you have to chase, it's something you wake up inside of. That's how you know heaven is near. Its presence feels like rest, not resistance. You've entered what many never reach, the season of walking with awareness. The trials haven't ended, but your relationship with them has transformed. What used to provoke anxiety now invites trust. Every situation becomes a conversation with God. Every challenge becomes a classroom. Every silence, a sanctuary. As you step into the day, you notice how your senses have changed. You see divine hints in ordinary places, a stranger's smile, a pause in traffic, the way sunlight filters through the window at the exact moment you needed warmth. None of it feels random anymore. You're learning to interpret life not as coincidence, but as conversation. This is what waiting was for, not just the arrival of blessings, but the birth of discernment. You've learned to see with heaven's eyes. That is the mark of a chosen one living among people, yet perceiving beyond them. Sometimes, the greatest evidence of growth is not power, but peace. You used to ask for signs and wonders. Now you look for stillness. That's maturity, the shift from chasing miracles to becoming one. And even as you move forward, you begin to understand something profound. God doesn't remove all battles. He recalibrates your courage. The same challenges that once exhausted you now feel different, almost familiar, because you've already met their shadows in silence. The waiting season gave you spiritual memory. You recognize the patterns of God's faithfulness when they appear again. You recall the story of Daniel, who prayed 3 times a day, even when heaven seemed quiet. It wasn't routine, it was rhythm. His consistency was a declaration. Even if I hear nothing, I still believe something is moving. That's where you are now. You're learning to maintain rhythm even when revelation pauses. In this stage, God doesn't need to prove His presence to you. He simply walks with you. The miracles become subtle, a door that opens at the right time, a conversation that changes everything, a sudden peace that silences confusion. It's no longer about fireworks, it's about faith that flickers but never goes out. There is a sacred confidence forming within you, the kind that cannot be shaken by public opinion or private doubt. You've been through enough silence to know that God never abandons His own. Even when He seems quiet, His love still moves like underground rivers, unseen but unstoppable. You start to move differently now. Your prayers shift from requests to reflections. You no longer ask when, as much as you ask what. What are you teaching me here? Lord, that simple change unlocks peace in places where impatience used to reign. Every chosen one must reach this understanding. Obedience is not measured by speed, but by surrender. The slow path is often the sacred one. Heaven's timing feels delayed only to those who measure life in minutes, not in meaning. Your faith now operates like roots beneath the ground, hidden but strong. The deeper it goes, the higher your future can rise. God has been digging quietly beneath your surface, making room for an expansion that will not collapse under weight. And now, He begins to whisper again, not with new commands, but with gentle reminders. Remember who you are. The words flow through your heart like warm oil. You remember every tear, every test, every whisper in the night, and realize none of it was wasted. The pain was the price of your perception. The silence was the sound of construction. You are living proof that heaven's slow work produces eternal fruit. The storms you thought would destroy you have watered the roots of your strength. That's why you can face future trials with calm confidence. You've already seen God keep promises in seasons where you heard nothing. The scriptures echo this same truth. According to the book of Psalms, chapter 42, verse 1, I waited patiently for the Lord. He turned to me and heard my cry. None. That verse now feels personal. You didn't just read it, you lived it. You waited. You cried. And now, you know that even when you couldn't hear him, he heard you. Every silent moment was recorded in eternity. So you walk through your day differently now. You no longer fear stillness, you welcome it. You no longer run from uncertainty, you meet it with steady eyes. Because you've discovered that God doesn't hide in noise, he hides in peace. People might look at you and see calm, but heaven sees armor. Peace has become your protection. You don't need to prove your calling. You only need to carry it quietly. The loudest faith is often the one that says nothing, yet walks forward anyway. As evening falls, you sit again in the same quiet where this journey began. But now, the silence doesn't feel empty. It feels inhabited. You realize the waiting was never about hearing something new from God. It was about remembering that he was always here. The night deepens, but you're not afraid of the dark anymore. You've learned that darkness is not the absence of light. It's where light learns to grow. You smile to yourself, knowing that whatever comes next, you'll meet it not as the one who waits, but as the one who has learned how to listen. There is a peace that follows obedience, the kind that doesn't shout, doesn't sparkle, but settles deep inside your spirit like calm water after a storm. You wake into it, breathe through it, carry it quietly. You've come to understand that this peace isn't a reward for doing everything right. It's a result of trusting God even when everything looked wrong. As the days pass, you notice how different you've become. The same things that used to provoke worry now make you pause and smile. Problems still come. Of course, they always will, but your reaction has changed. You've stopped panicking, stopped predicting outcomes. You've learned that not every battle requires a sword. Some require stillness. Your stillness has become a shield. It protects your joy from sudden winds. It guards your heart against impatience. The silence that once made you uneasy now serves you. It's a space where discernment speaks clearly. You've begun to live with a rhythm that feels heavenly, quiet, steady, intentional. There's a passage of time now that no longer feels wasted. You no longer divide life into waiting and arriving. Everything is process, and process is holy. God isn't in a hurry, and you've learned to be comfortable in his pace. That's maturity, to walk beside heaven without trying to outrun it. You start noticing people drawn to your calm. They come to you with questions, seeking the peace they sense in your presence. Some can't even explain it. They just feel lighter when they're near you. What they don't realize is that your calm was forged in fire. Every ounce of peace you carry was paid for in nights of wrestling, in days when you thought heaven had forgotten you. You don't tell them everything. You just listen, smile, offer a word of hope. You've realized that sometimes the most powerful sermons are lived, not spoken. Every time you respond with patience instead of frustration, you're preaching. Every time you choose forgiveness over bitterness, you're testifying. That's what being chosen truly means. It's not status. It's stewardship. You're carrying light into dark rooms, not through noise, but through presence. God's plan for you was never about platform. It was about posture. When you stand rightly before him, your very existence becomes a message. You remember the times you begged for miracles, You wanted big displays, undeniable proof. Now you see that miracles often arrive disguised as peace in chaos, strength in weakness, clarity in confusion. Miracles are not always external events. Sometimes they are internal awakenings. Each morning now begins with gratitude, not questions. You've stopped asking when and started thanking God for while you wait. He works. While you rest. He rearranges. While you breathe. He builds. That realization has changed how you live. Your relationship with time is different now. You no longer see delays as detours. You see them as divine spacing, God stretching moments wide enough to fit miracles inside. You trust His architecture, even when you can't see the blueprints. The more you reflect, the more you realize that the journey was never about arriving at a destination. It was about becoming the kind of person who could carry one. That's what preparation does. It shapes the vessel before it fills it. Heaven never pours into what can't yet hold. One evening, while walking under a soft sunset, this truth settles in you. God's silence was never neglect. It was a form of conversation deeper than words. He was teaching you to feel His presence even when you couldn't hear His voice. And now, you carry that awareness like oxygen. You can't live without it. This kind of peace is not fragile. It doesn't break when bad news comes or when people misunderstand you. It's rooted too deeply for that, like a tree that's learned to bend in storms. Your faith no longer fears pressure, it moves with it. You understand now that resistance doesn't destroy growth, it defines it. You think of Joseph again, standing before Pharaoh after years in prison. He didn't arrive bitter or broken, he arrived ready. The time in the pit had prepared his spirit to carry promotion with humility. That's what your silence did. It prepared you for your moment of standing. Every lesson from your hidden years is now alive inside you. The patience that once felt like pain has become your peace. The endurance that once felt exhausting has become your confidence. You're no longer the person who began this journey. You've become the vessel heaven had in mind all along. As recorded in the second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 12, verse 9, "My grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness." You end. That verse no longer feels like comfort for the broken. It feels like identity for the chosen. You've lived it, breathed it, proved it. Weakness didn't destroy you. It revealed grace in its purest form. The very moments you thought disqualified you were actually the ones that equipped you. And so, you live differently now, not trying to prove your worth, but to preserve your peace. You don't strive for visibility, you seek clarity. You don't rush for recognition, you rest in revelation. You've learned that the power of the chosen isn't in being seen, it's in staying aligned. When night falls again, you sit quietly, no longer needing answers. You don't count the hours, you just let them pass. The world outside still moves at its frantic pace, but your heart beats to a slower, sacred rhythm. It's the sound of someone who knows that being still doesn't mean doing nothing, it means knowing who's in control. The silence that once felt like distance has become the sound of intimacy. You've learned that love can be loud in words, but truer in stillness. And as your eyes close, peace covers you like a blanket woven from every promise that has ever carried you through. The rhythm of heaven has become your steady pace. You no longer hurry through life trying to prove that you are chosen. You walk as one who already knows. There's a serenity that follows you now. a quiet strength that doesn't need explanation. You've stopped asking God when and started asking Him how to serve, how to love, how to stay faithful in every unseen corner of your calling. Days unfold like pages in a sacred journal. You notice how peace has become your natural response, not your occasional visitor. That's when you realize something powerful. You no longer just believe in God's timing, you trust it. The storm that once scared you has become the sound you sleep peacefully through. There's a freedom in that trust. You've surrendered your timelines, your expectations, even your need to understand. You live as one who knows that heaven's calendar is more accurate than your plans. And in that surrender, you've discovered something deeper than peace. You've found joy, not loud joy, but the quiet, unwavering kind that rests deep within your bones. You begin to see the purpose in every waiting season of your past. The long pauses, the heartbreaks, the redirections, they weren't mistakes. They were markers. Each one guided you closer to the version of yourself that God intended. You now realize that heaven was never punishing you. It was positioning you. Sometimes, while alone with your thoughts, you recall the version of yourself that once panicked when God went silent. You almost want to reach back and whisper, "Hold on, He's closer than you think." And maybe that's what your life has become now, a whisper to someone else who's struggling to wait. The patience you've cultivated now becomes your ministry. You start helping others see what you once couldn't. That delay is not denial. That silence is not absence. That waiting is not wasted time. The words flow easily now. Not rehearsed, but real. They carry authority because they come from experience. People sense it. When they listen to you, they don't just hear words, they feel stability. You've become like a lighthouse standing still while waves crash. You don't need to chase influence. Influence finds you. That's what divine alignment does. It turns the ordinary into holy ground. Your awareness deepens even more when you realize this truth. Peace is not the absence of battle, it's the presence of perspective. The enemy may still roar, but you no longer tremble. You've seen too much grace to be shaken by temporary noise. The path ahead still holds mystery, but you're no longer intimidated by what you don't know. You trust that if God called you to it, He's already gone ahead of you. Every unknown now feels like an invitation to discover His provision in a new way. The scriptures bring this to life in the book of Isaiah, chapter 42, verse 16. "I will lead the blind by ways they have not known. Along unfamiliar paths, I will guide them. I will turn the darkness into light before them and make the rough places smooth." That verse lands like a steady heartbeat. You realize that your blindness wasn't failure, it was faith. You couldn't see, yet you kept walking. And because you walked, heaven honored your trust with illumination. The darkness that once frightened you has become the very canvas where God paints His light. You no longer resist uncertainty, you welcome it. Because it's in the unknown that revelation is born. Your story is proof that God's guidance doesn't always appear as a spotlight. Sometimes it's a lantern lighting one step at a time. You don't rush ahead, you move in rhythm with the glow. And in those quiet steps, you notice something even more profound. The people who once misunderstood your silence now come to you for direction. They sense something unshakable in you, something eternal. You realize then that the waiting season wasn't just about shaping your faith, it was about shaping your fragrance. You now carry peace as a scent wherever you go. Every time you walk into a room, confusion, quiets. Every time you speak softly, hearts settle. You're not doing anything extraordinary. You're simply existing in alignment. That's the evidence of divine formation. You remember how, long ago, you begged God to hurry. Now you find yourself thanking Him for every delay. Because if He had moved when you demanded, you would have arrived unready. Grace didn't withhold. It waited for your capacity to grow. This is what it means to be chosen, not to have life made easy, but to have your heart made steady. The deeper your roots in stillness, the taller your reach in purpose. And now, heaven watches as you walk forward, not with fear, but with familiarity. You've learned the language of divine patience, and it speaks peace into every step you take. If this moment feels like recognition, if your heart whispers, "This is me," then type, "I am still." 1. Those 3 words are not an admission of passivity, they are a declaration of power. They mean, I don't chase, I trust, I don't panic, I perceive. When you write them, you're not telling the world that you've stopped moving, you're telling heaven that you've learned how to move without noise. Because being still doesn't mean standing still, it means standing secure. There comes a time when revelation stops whispering and starts shining. You've reached that time now. The silence has done its work. The waiting has refined your edges, smoothed your fear, and softened your heart until it became fertile enough to hold divine truth. You are no longer the one who wonders if God sees you. You are the one who walks knowing that He does. This awareness changes everything. The air feels lighter. The world looks sharper. And even your own reflection seems to carry something new, an ease, a peace that can't be faked. You realize that all this time, heaven wasn't just preparing your path, it was preparing your posture. Now, life doesn't feel like a maze anymore, it feels like a melody. Every step you take adds a note, and heaven hums along with it. Some notes are soft and tender, others heavy and full of memory. But together they form a song only God could compose. And you're learning to dance to that rhythm. This is what divine timing feels like when it unfolds. It's not always dramatic. It's often quiet, like sunlight slowly warming a frozen field. It's the realization that while you thought nothing was happening, roots were pushing deeper, light was gathering strength, and heaven was waiting for the perfect moment to let the seed break open. You start to recognize God's fingerprints in the ordinary. Again, the way a stranger's kindness arrives on a difficult day. The way a song seems to answer your prayer, word for word. The way your spirit feels at home in places that once made you anxious. All of it is evidence that heaven has moved from watching you to walking with you. It's strange how growth feels so peaceful when it used to feel painful. That's how you know you've healed. You've stopped fighting what's meant to help you rise. You're no longer asking, "Why did that happen to me?" You're saying, "What did it make me become?" And the answer fills you with quiet awe. Each scar you carry is now a doorway for light. You realize scars aren't proof of damage, they're proof of survival, of transformation, of divine craftsmanship. You're not fragile anymore, you're refined. Think of gold. It doesn't complain in the fire, it simply glows brighter. That's what heaven was doing with you. It wasn't punishing you, it was polishing you. And now, God begins to place people in your path who need that same light. They're tired, confused, maybe even where you once were, wondering if heaven hears them at all. You won't need to preach to them. Your peace will do the talking. Your gentleness will become a bridge. You'll notice something holy happening when you speak. People will lean in, not because of your words, but because of your weight, the invisible strength that only comes from surviving silence with faith intact. The Word of God reminds us in the book of Philippians, chapter 1, verse 6, "He who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus." Those words fall softly into your heart like warm rain. The same God who started your journey hasn't forgotten to finish it. Every quiet hour, every unanswered prayer, every delay was part of that completion. You've never been off schedule. You've been right on time for what's eternal. And maybe that's the truth someone needs to hear today. Maybe that's the light you're meant to carry forward. If this message stirs something inside you, if your heart feels a soft yes rising from within, pause for a moment. Let that feeling breathe. You don't have to rush past it. Let it remind you that what touches your spirit is meant to live there. And if you feel led, not by pressure, but by peace, then take a small, beautiful action, like this message, not as a reaction, but as a reflection, a simple acknowledgement that you hear heaven and you agree with its timing. Share it gently. The way one candle lights another in a dark room. Don't think of it as spreading content. See it as passing flame warm. Steady. Personal. You never know whose cold night could be softened by that light. And if your soul finds rest here, subscribe as an act of connection. Not obligation, connection. Imagine it as sitting again beside this same fire whenever life turns cold, returning to a place where your spirit can breathe again. Each gesture you make, however small, becomes part of heaven's ripple. The like becomes a seed of agreement. The share becomes a spark. The subscription becomes an altar of remembrance, a way of saying, "Here, I was reminded of who I am." Oh, nothing about this is transaction. It's transformation. It's your choice to keep walking with the voice that met you in stillness. And remember, chosen one, every time you extend your hand to lift another, heaven extends its hand to lift you higher. That's the law of divine reciprocity. What you release in love never returns empty. Your story, your scars, your silence, they are no longer just your own. They are heaven's instruments now, tuned and ready to play the song someone else needs to hear. So walk forward in peace. Carry the calm like a lantern through every corridor of your life. When people ask how you found it, tell them the truth. You didn't find it, you grew into it. And as you breathe in this moment, remember nothing you lost was wasted, and nothing you waited for will arrive late. Heaven keeps time perfectly. Let this peace be your new posture. Let this joy be your proof. You are no longer standing in delay. You are standing in divine alignment. The silence was never the end of the story. It was the tuning of your song. Now, the music begins. There's a calm that lingers after revelation, the kind that feels like standing at the edge of the ocean just as the tide retreats. The water is still, the sand smooth, and the only sound left is your own heartbeat, steady and sure. That's where you are now. The storm has passed, but the strength it left behind remains. You carry it quietly, like sunlight folded inside your chest. You don't flaunt it. You don't explain it. You simply live from it. People can sense the shift, even if they can't name it. You've become one of those rare souls who no longer needs to prove anything because peace has become your presence. You walk through your days with new awareness. Each hour feels deliberate, every moment purposeful. You're no longer waiting for divine encounters because you've realized every moment with breath is one. The sacred isn't a place you visit, it's a way you see. Even in ordinary moments, heaven still moves. The gentle clinking of a coffee cup, the laughter of a child, the warmth of sunlight through the blinds, all of it whispers the same truth. God is still here. What used to be invisible now feels tangible because your eyes have learned to see differently. That's what waiting did. It adjusted your vision. It taught you to recognize God not just in miracles but in mornings, not only in breakthroughs, but in the small mercies that meet you before you even rise. You begin to notice something beautiful about peace. It doesn't make you passive. It makes you present. You're more awake than you've ever been. The details of life that once passed you by now hold deeper meaning. Even the mundane feels infused with holiness. There's a gentle rhythm in your days now. You wake without dread, move without striving, rest without guilt. You've stopped measuring yourself by progress and started measuring yourself by presence. You've stopped chasing purpose and started carrying it. That's a quiet kind of maturity, the kind that doesn't seek the stage, but fills every space it enters with grace. You think of David, tending sheep. Long before a crown ever touched his head, he didn't need recognition to stay faithful. His strength wasn't in his sword, it was in his stillness. When no one saw him, heaven did. That same principle hums through your own life now. The unseen seasons are sacred because that's where the roots of trust grow. And maybe that's why God hid you for so long, not to punish you, but to protect the purity of your calling. Some gifts need silence to mature. Some anointings need privacy to deepen. Had you been revealed too soon, the world might have applauded your potential, but missed your preparation. The quiet years were not wasted. They were womb years. God was forming you, not just for impact, but for endurance. As it is written in the book of Hebrews, chapter 10, verse 35. So do not throw away your confidence. It will be richly rewarded. Those words now rest inside you like a promise fulfilled. Confidence doesn't mean arrogance. It means remembering who sent you. Even when you walk through uncharted paths, that verse is more than comfort. It's confirmation. You didn't wait in vain. Heaven took every tear, every ache, every silence, and used it to build a foundation that cannot be shaken. You can stand in storms now without losing your song. You can face uncertainty without losing your calm. There's a beauty in that stability. It's not loud. It's luminous. People see it when you smile softly in hard places, when you speak gently even while the world shouts. That quiet strength is the language of the chosen. You don't have to explain your peace anymore. You just live it. And those who have ears to hear, those who have walked through their own waiting, will understand. They'll recognize the same glow of grace that once carried them. Each day unfolds like prayer now, less about asking, more about acknowledging. You begin to talk to God, not to change circumstances, but to celebrate communion. Every breath feels like a conversation. Every step feels like a continuation of the dialogue that started in silence. You no longer fear the next pause, because you know what it means now. Silence doesn't signal distance, it signals depth. God hides in stillness because that's where love listens best. So, you move forward slowly, intentionally, fully aware that this peace is not the end of your journey, but the foundation for the next one. You've been strengthened, not for stillness alone, but for movement led by mercy. And though the road ahead may still twist through valleys and climb toward mountains unseen, you'll walk it differently now. The same silence that once unnerved you has become your compass. The same faith that once trembled now stands tall. Because you finally understand, heaven doesn't rush masterpieces. Every masterpiece takes time, and you are no exception. The brushstrokes of your journey may have felt chaotic up close, but now, stepping back, you see the symmetry, how every dark shade only made the light more radiant. You were never behind schedule. You were being painted by eternity, one patient layer at a time. So, rest in this stillness before the next unveiling. The silence between seasons is sacred. It's where God inhales before he speaks again. Let your heart stay open, your hands unclenched, your spirit unhurried. What's coming next won't demand striving. It will recognize readiness. There's something stirring again. It doesn't come with sound or spectacle, but your spirit feels it. The subtle pull that happens right before God shifts you into a new dimension of trust. You've walked through waiting, silence, and revelation. Now you stand on the threshold of activation. Heaven doesn't just want you peaceful, it wants you powerful. You feel it in small moments. A thought that lingers longer than usual. A memory that suddenly makes sense. Conversations that feel like confirmations. These aren't coincidences, they're signals. The atmosphere around your life has started to realign, and you can almost hear heaven whisper, "Now, lo." But before the new chapter unfolds, God reminds you of something important. Everything you've gained in stillness must now be carried into motion. The lessons weren't just for comfort, they were for commission. You were never meant to keep this peace hidden. It's time to walk with it, speak from it, and build through it. You've learned that true obedience isn't just about saying yes to God's words, it's about living them. Every act of kindness, every patient response, every small moment of restraint is obedience in motion. Heaven notices them all. What looks small on earth echoes loudly in eternity. This stage of your journey feels sacred, almost delicate-like, standing on fresh snow, where every step leaves a mark. You move carefully now, aware that your presence shifts the atmosphere around you. You're not just reacting to life anymore, you're participating in its divine design. That's what happens when you've been refined by silence. You stop existing by accident. Every movement, every choice becomes intentional. Even your stillness speaks purpose. There's a passage of scripture that breathes truth into this moment, as the prophet Nahum declared in chapter 1, verse 7, "The Lord is good, a refuge in times of trouble. He cares for those who trust in him." M6. Those words remind you that trust is not passive, it's protective. Trust builds walls that fear cannot climb. It guards your heart, even when storms try to steal your focus. You understand now that trust is not waiting for peace, it's walking in it. You've built your refuge, not with walls of stone, but with whispers of faith. And now that your spirit is anchored, you can face whatever comes next, not with panic, but with poise. But here's what heaven wants you to grasp in this new chapter. You were never chosen only to endure, you were chosen to influence. The same faith that sustained you is meant to sustain others. The peace that healed you is meant to ripple outward. You are a living echo of divine stability. and every environment you enter is affected by your alignment. Your calling isn't confined to pulpits or stages. It lives in how you carry yourself at work, how you speak when others complain, how you respond when misunderstood. The gospel isn't just preached, it's embodied. And right now, God is preparing to use your very presence as proof that His timing produces beauty. The world doesn't need louder voices, it needs anchored ones. The kind that don't crumble when plans change. The kind that smile even when answers delay. The kind that hold light without burning out. That's who you've become, a steady flame in a world of flickering candles. And because of that, heaven is positioning you to influence quietly but deeply. Opportunities will arise that match your new nature, not your old impatience. Conversations will open where your peace speaks louder than your words. Don't chase these moments, let them come. They always find the ready. You've noticed by now that destiny doesn't arrive with fanfare, it approaches like dawn. It doesn't rush, it reveals. The horizon of your life is beginning to glow. The waiting has passed, now the walking begins. Still, even as you prepare to move forward, God whispers again, not with warning, but with wisdom. Stay gentle, because gentleness is the crown of strength. It's the proof that you've learned to lead with love, not fear. And so you step forward slowly, intentionally, beautifully aware that everything before this was rehearsal for the real stage. The silence trained your hearing. The storms taught your endurance. The peace matured your pace. You're no longer learning to trust, you're living as trust itself. And now, heaven invites you to mark this moment, not as superstition, but as agreement. If this message feels like confirmation in your spirit, if you sense that something new has quietly begun inside you, then type 5,555 inches, the comments. The number 5 represents grace, and written 4 times, it becomes multiplied. Grace, grace upon grace. The kind that covers your past, empowers your present, and prepares your future. When you write 5,555, it isn't a number, it's a declaration. It means, I walk in grace now. I no longer strive. I move in flow with God. And writ, each 5 becomes a step, the first for forgiveness, the second for freedom, the third for favor, and the fourth for fullness. Together, they form a rhythm, heaven's heartbeat inside human motion. When you comment 5,555, see it as planting 4 seeds of gratitude into the soil of your next season. 1 for every time heaven waited. 1 for every tear that became a prayer. 1 for every delay that turned into direction. And 1 for every weakness that revealed divine strength. It's a soft act, but a sacred one. You're saying, Lord, I receive the grace that carried me and the grace that's calling me forward. Because the truth is, your journey was never about arriving at perfection, it was about arriving at peace. And now, standing here, you finally understand that peace and grace are not separate gifts, they are 2 sides of the same presence. So take this moment gently. Let your heart stretch into the light. The silence that once broke you has now built you. The waiting that once hurt you has now healed you. You are walking proof that grace always finishes what faith begins. Morning arrives softer now. The light no longer startles you awake. It greets you like an old friend. You've learned to rise without rushing, to breathe before you begin, to listen before you speak. The world around you still moves fast, but you've stopped racing it. Your steps have found a rhythm that feels sacred, slow enough to hear heaven's whisper, steady enough to follow it. The beauty of transformation is that it often happens quietly. There was no moment of applause, no grand trumpet sound to announce your growth. Yet, somewhere between the tears and the waiting, you became someone new. The old version of you would have panicked at silence, voted every delay, and questioned every twist in the path. But now, you've grown comfortable with mystery. You've made peace with not knowing everything. That peace is your crown. It sits lightly on you, not as pride, but as presence. It's the kind of strength that doesn't need to prove itself. You carry it everywhere you go, often without realizing it. When people speak to you, they leave calmer. When chaos surrounds you, you don't react, you respond. That is what heaven meant when it said, "Be still and know." You don't just believe it, you embody it. There's something sacred about this middle ground between what was and what's coming next. It's like the breath between waves, the still moment before new strength rises again. You've learned not to fear these pauses anymore. You know now that rest is part of the rhythm. Creation itself was built in cycles, light and dark, work and rest, sound and silence. God weaved peace into the fabric of time, so his children would never mistake movement for meaning. You think of Elijah after the fire. He stood on the mountain, waiting for God to speak. There was wind. There was earthquake. There was fire. But the voice wasn't in any of them. It came in a whisper. You understand that now. Heaven often hides its greatest power in gentleness. You used to think faith meant force, but now you see it's faith that can stand still while the world shakes, that heaven calls unbreakable. And so, you walk quietly through your days, not with caution, but with clarity. You're aware that God's presence isn't limited to church walls or sacred songs. It lingers in the space between moments. It lives in laughter, in kindness, in every breath that begins with gratitude. You see him now in the details, the color of sunrise, the rhythm of rain, the stillness after prayer. Everything whispers his name. If you listen long enough, sometimes memories rise, the painful ones, but they no longer sting. They've been transfigured into reminders of how far grace can reach. You no longer wish to erase those seasons, you honor them. Without them, you would not have learned how to hear heaven in the quiet. Without them, you would not have discovered that God's delay was never denial, it was design. The scriptures confirm this truth in the book of Hosea, chapter 6, verse 3. Let us acknowledge the Lord. Let us press on to acknowledge him. As surely as the sun rises, he will appear. He will come to us like the winter rains, like the spring rains that water the earth. That verse sinks into your spirit like dew on dry soil. It reminds you that God's presence is inevitable, like sunrise, like rain, even when you don't feel him. He's moving toward you, even when you can't hear him. He's watering the roots of your soul. And so, you stop striving for encounters and start expecting them naturally. Every morning becomes an altar. Every night becomes worship. You don't chase moments of divine revelation. They chase you. Heaven has a way of finding those who live aware. Your relationship with uncertainty has shifted too. You used to pray for clarity. Now you pray for trust. You've learned that faith doesn't demand to see what's ahead. It delights in walking with the one who knows. You've stopped trying to predict God's next move and started enjoying His presence in the present. The peace you carry now is not fragile, it's resilient. It's been tested in silence, refined in storms, and proven in waiting. It doesn't vanish when problems come. It deepens. You don't run from challenges. You walk through them with a strange calm. Because you know the same God who waited hours to speak will never fall silent when you truly need Him. You've begun to understand that holiness isn't about escaping the world, it's about transforming the way you move through it. You carry heaven into ordinary spaces, the workplace, the kitchen, the conversation with a stranger. Your life itself has become a sermon, quiet, steady, radiant. There's a humility that comes with that awareness. You no longer need to announce that you're chosen. You simply live like it. The light around you doesn't boast, it beckons. Those who are weary find rest in your company. Those who doubt find hope in your steadiness. That's not pride, that's purpose. The more you surrender, the more you shine. And yet, it's not a light that blinds, it's a light that warms. People feel safe near it. That's how divine peace manifests. It doesn't demand attention, it invites stillness. The day drifts toward evening, and the sky begins to blush gold. You sit quietly, watching light fade into dusk, realizing how every sunset is a sermon about trust. The sun never fights the night, it simply sets, knowing it will rise again. That's what faith feels like now, not tension, but trust. You smile softly, sensing God near, not in thunder, not in fire, but in the gentle rhythm of your own breath. And deep within, you hear it again. That quiet truth that has carried you all along. Peace is not found, it's remembered. You wake to a sky washed in pale gold. It's a quiet morning, the kind that feels touched by something unseen. There's no rush, no noisy, no weight pressing against your chest. Just breath, just light. The peace that once felt borrowed now feels like it belongs to you. You carry it naturally. Like skin you were always meant to live in. You walk to the window. Notice the world in motion, the neighbor sweeping his porch, the sound of traffic humming softly, a bird landing on the fence as though it knows it's being watched. Everything feels synchronized, like the universe itself exhales in rhythm with you. You realize you've stopped resisting life. You've stopped dividing moments into sacred and ordinary. You've discovered that every moment lived with awareness becomes sacred on its own. This is what transformation looks like when it matures. It's not the explosion of miracles or the thunder of prophecy. It's quiet alignment. It's waking up and realizing you no longer fight the day. The same morning that once carried anxiety now carries promise. You trust it, because you trust the one who made it. You pour your coffee slowly, almost reverently, letting the steam rise like incense. The scent fills the room, and you smile. You've begun to see God in the simplest rituals, the pouring, the breathing, the noticing. Everything ordinary becomes a form of worship when your heart stays soft enough to see Him in it. You think back on the road that brought you here. It wasn't straight, nor smooth, nor painless. There were detours that felt endless and silences that felt unbearable. But looking back now, you wouldn't change any of it, because every ache taught you endurance, and every delay deepened your capacity for grace. The person you were when this began could not have handled the peace you carry now. You were being strengthened in secret, molded in mercy. There's a verse that floats into your mind as though whispered by memory. The Word of God declares in the book of Haggai, chapter 2, verse 9, "The glory of this present house will be greater than the glory of the former house, and in this place I will grant peace." The words settle deep, resonant and true. You realize that house doesn't just mean walls of stone, it means you. The present version of you is stronger, softer, steadier than anything that came before. The peace that now fills your soul is proof of that greater glory. You stand quietly, letting that truth unfold. Glory isn't noise or grandeur, it's presence. It's the feeling that everything, finally, makes sense, even when you can't explain how. It's realizing that what you thought were ruins were foundations being rebuilt. For a long time, you prayed for breakthrough. You wanted sudden change, dramatic deliverance, clear answers. But now you see that God didn't just break things open, He built things new. You didn't simply break through, you became through. That's a deeper miracle. You walk outside, the morning air crisp against your skin. The world smells alive, wet earth, faint blossoms, the promise of something unseen moving closer. You look up and notice the clouds drifting slow, painted in layers of white and silver, and you think, this is what grace feels like when it settles, it moves. But gently. People often imagine divine encounters as moments that shake the ground, but sometimes heaven visits as an atmosphere instead of an event. You feel it in the way the breeze brushes your cheek, in the way the light lingers a little longer on the trees. The whole world feels like a living parable. You walk further, past familiar streets that somehow feel new. It's not the world that changed, it's your perception. You see God's fingerprints where you once saw coincidence. You sense His timing where you once sensed confusion. That's the gift of spiritual sight. It turns chaos into choreography. A memory surfaces the night you almost gave up, when silence felt like abandonment. You can still picture that moment clearly. But now it holds no sting. It's just a chapter, not the whole book. The pain that once defined you has become the page that shaped you. You understand now that miracles don't always come as sudden escapes. Sometimes they come as the strength to stay. You whisper a small thank you, not just for what changed, but for what didn't. For the prayers God answered differently, for the detours that protected you, for the delays that became deliverance in disguise. Gratitude flows freely now, not because life is perfect, but because your perception has been redeemed. The people who knew the old you might not understand this new calm. Some will question your quietness, mistaking it for detachment. But that's all right. They weren't meant to understand your peace. They were meant to witness it. Your calm will speak louder than any explanation could. The more you live in this stillness, the more you realize it's not about never facing storms again. It's about knowing where to anchor when they come. Peace isn't the absence of waves. It's the ability to float. You've stopped striving to control outcomes. You've learned to let life flow through you instead of around you. You no longer resist what heaven allows, because you've seen how even heartbreak can hide blessing. As you walk back home, the light shifts again. Gold softens into silver, morning into day. You pause at your door, breathing in the fullness of the moment. Everything feels whole. You don't need to ask what's next. You already trust it will be good. because the one guiding it is good. There's no grand revelation, no voice from heaven this time, just the steady certainty of being loved, chosen, and carried by something greater than yourself. That's enough. You step back inside, whispering a quiet prayer that feels more like gratitude than request. You've learned the language of heaven now. It's not urgency, but peace. The day feels hushed, as though the whole world has agreed to slow down for a while. You walk through it gently, aware of every detail, the murmur of wind brushing against the trees, the faint hum of life moving in rhythm. Everything seems to move with purpose now. Even the smallest moments shimmer with meaning. You've come far from where you started. The restlessness that once defined you has melted into quiet confidence. You no longer wake up wondering if heaven remembers your name. You know it does. You've seen the evidence not in loud miracles, but in daily mercies. You carry peace the way the ocean carries reflection, effortlessly. It's no longer something you reach for, it's something you release. And when you speak, there's a tone in your voice that people recognize instantly. It's not the sound of certainty, it's the sound of trust. That's the true mark of the chosen. You don't need thunder to prove that you're anointed. You simply live in tune with heaven's rhythm. Every step becomes a quiet yes to divine timing. Every breath says, I'm still here, and I still believe. You can almost feel heaven smiling at that surrender, because surrender is not defeat, it's alignment. It's the art of allowing grace to lead. You've learned that peace is not found by controlling outcomes, but by trusting the hands that shape them. Now, you stand in a new chapter, one that doesn't ask for striving, but for sharing. What you've received was never meant to stay contained. It's light meant to be passed forward, gently, like a candle carried through darkness. You think back to every moment you felt unseen, forgotten, delayed. You realize that each one became the soil for this very illumination. What once felt like a waiting room has turned into a garden. The tears that once watered grief have started growing purpose. This revelation doesn't make you proud, it makes you tender. You want to handle this piece carefully. Like holding a butterfly, you know how easily the human heart can crush what heaven gives when it's not handled with gratitude. According to the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 6, verse 21, for where your treasure is, there your heart will be also. Those words are not about possessions, they're about attention. What you honor expands. What you share multiplies. The treasure of peace grows when you pass it on. You pause for a moment, remembering all those who might still be in their waiting, those who still lie awake, wondering if God has forgotten their name, those who still cry quietly into their pillows, feeling unseen by both heaven and earth. You remember because you were one of them, and compassion begins to move in your chest. You wish you could reach into their night and place this same calm inside their hands. You wish you could say, it's coming, the peace you prayed for. It's not lost, it's being built. And maybe you can. Not through sermons, but through sharing. You breathe in and let the thought settle. This peace is not for you to hoard, it's for you to give away. And if that feels right in your spirit, if this message has touched a place words can't fully reach, then take a small, symbolic step. Like this message as a quiet ripple of gratitude. Let it be a soft nod toward heaven that says, I see what you've done, and I thank you. Note, share it not because you have to, but because someone else might still be standing in the same silence that once broke you. Picture it like passing a lantern across the dark, one simple gesture that says, "Here, take a little light until morning comes." Mondef, if the words here settled peace in your heart, leave a short comment below, something as simple as, "Peace found me." It's not just a phrase, it's a living echo, a signal to heaven that another heart has heard and responded. Your comment becomes a small flame, marking that the light reached you. And if you feel peace here, if this space feels like a well you'd like to return to days, subscribe, not as a transaction, but as a pilgrimage. Each time you return, imagine drawing water again, words that refresh, stories that remind you you're not walking alone. When you engage in these small acts, you're not supporting a message, you're extending a movement. Every like becomes a leaf in a tree of hope. Every share becomes a seed in another soul's garden. Every comment becomes a footprint of gratitude. Every subscription becomes a silent vow that says, "I'll keep tending the light." You see, heaven's work is rarely loud. It multiplies quietly, through hearts willing to carry light in everyday ways, through gestures so simple that the world overlooks them, but heaven never does. You are one of those carriers now. The silence that once trained your spirit has turned you into a keeper of peace. You don't need to force the message. You are the message. Every calm word, every gentle response, every act of patience becomes proof that God is alive in you. And isn't that the most beautiful calling, to live in such a way that others encounter His presence without you even mentioning His name? To move through rooms and leave peace behind like perfume in the air. That's evangelism without noise. Heaven's quiet art. You don't owe anyone a performance. You owe heaven your honesty. So live honestly, authentically, beautifully. Let your peace speak for itself. And when you press the simple buttons like share, comment, subscribe, let it be your modern altar. Not obligation, not habit, but worship. The kind that says, "Lord, you've done something here, and I choose to keep it alive." Because that's what heaven delights in, the quiet yes, the voluntary gesture, the heart that responds to grace not out of pressure, but out of love. You take one more deep breath. The air feels lighter, warmer, familiar. You know now that everything has meaning when it's offered from the heart. So you close your eyes and whisper softly, "Let this peace flow where it's needed most." Oh, and somewhere, maybe closer than you think, heaven nods. The days that follow feel different, not because the world around you has changed, but because you have. Life continues with its noise. It demande, it constempule. But deep within, you've found a rhythm that refuses to be rushed. You've entered the quiet center of the storm, the sacred still point where peace holds its ground, no matter how the winds shift. You move slower now, not out of hesitation, but out of wisdom. You've learned that not every call deserves your response. Not every invitation requires your attention. The same silence that once felt like absence has become your discernment. It teaches you when to speak, when to act, and when to simply remain still. There's power in this kind of restraint. The world values noise, reaction, immediacy, but heaven values patience. You've discovered that silence isn't weakness, it's strategy. When you wait before responding, you give heaven space to move ahead of you. When you listen before acting, you allow wisdom to find its voice. That's how you've begun to live now, guided, not impulsive. You find joy in small things again. A sunrise no longer feels ordinary. A passing breeze feels like a conversation. Even interruptions seem purposeful. You're learning that divine timing isn't just about big events, it's hidden in small alignments. A delayed bus, a random text, a changed schedule. All of them now feel like part of a larger conversation between you and God. In those moments, you smile quietly, because you recognize the tone of his humor. God doesn't always correct you with thunder. Sometimes he redirects you with subtle kindness. You've learned to trust his redirections as much as his revelations. It's a mature kind of faith, the kind that doesn't collapse when the plan changes. Because you've seen enough of his goodness to know that change is just another form of care. When you look back, you see patterns where there used to be confusion. The disappointments that once stung now shine with purpose. The doors that closed weren't punishments, they were preservation. You were being guided, not denied. You think of Jonah, how his detour inside the whale wasn't destruction. But direction. What looked like delay was actually protection. You smile because you finally understand. The grace that holds you doesn't always look graceful while it's working. You sit with that thought for a while. The room quiet around you. The air still. Your heart slows. Steady as a drumbeat. This is what it means to trust, no longer demanding explanations. Just resting in relationship. You used to pray for answers. Now you pray for awareness. You don't need to know everything to stay in peace. You just need to stay in presence. As written in the book of James, chapter 3, verse 17. But the wisdom that comes from above is first pure, then peace-loving, considerate, submissive, full of mercy and good fruit, impartial and sincere. Those words sound like the heartbeat of your journey. That is the wisdom you now live by: peaceful, merciful, sincere. It's not the kind of wisdom that shouts, it's the kind that steadies. It doesn't need to be right, it longs to be righteous. It doesn't rush to speak, it listens before it leads. You read the verse again, slowly, realizing it describes what the silence created in you. Your peace is no longer passive, it's intelligent. It's born from discernment, not detachment. You don't avoid storms, you simply know which ones aren't yours to fight. Every trial left behind a piece of wisdom. Every silence left behind a deeper sense of hearing. You've become fluent in heaven's language now. It's not always spoken in words. Sometimes it's revealed in peace. Sometimes in timing. Sometimes in the feeling of "this is right" that settles quietly inside your chest. You used to fear missing God's will. Now you know it's impossible to miss what you walk with daily. His will isn't a destination, it's a direction. You can't fall out of it as long as you keep walking in faith, even if the path bends unexpectedly. And so, you walk, some days slower, some days quicker, but always aware. There's no rush anymore, no frantic attempt to catch up. You trust that every step, even the hesitant ones, are holy ground when taken with the right heart. Your confidence now comes not from knowing the plan, but from knowing the planner. You no longer need proof to believe. You live as proof. The peace you carry is testimony enough. It's strange how God hides strength in gentleness. The world may mistake your calm for complacency, but heaven knows better. Stillness is not standing still, it's moving at the speed of grace. You begin to see that this way of living quiet, intentional, surrender isn't just for you. It's contagious. Those around you start mirroring your calm without realizing it. You've become a mirror that reflects heaven's steadiness. That's ministry without words, the kind that transforms rooms simply by entering them. And though you don't always feel extraordinary, you've learned that the most powerful lives rarely look dramatic. They look consistent. They look faithful. They look like people who keep showing up when it's easier to quit, who keep believing when results seem small. The world may never applaud such faith, but heaven does. Angels move for those who remain still in trust. Heaven celebrates the steady heart more than the noisy one. You are learning to live from that place, an inner sanctuary that can't be shaken by news, opinions, or storms. You walk with peace that hums beneath the surface of everything. Like a low melody, no chaos can drown out. And deep within, you understand something you couldn't before. Silence wasn't the space between miracles. It was the miracle. There's something sacred about the middle of a journey, the place between what has been built and what is yet to come. You find yourself there now. Not at an ending, not at a beginning, but in the quiet space between. It's the kind of season where nothing feels urgent, yet everything feels important. You sense that heaven is still working, not in the obvious ways, but in the undercurrent of ordinary days. You've stopped measuring progress by what you can see. Instead, you measure by peace, by how gently your heart moves through uncertainty, by how quickly you forgive, by how easily you release control. These are not small victories. They're quiet miracles, the kind that build eternal foundations while the world isn't watching. The beauty of this part of the path is that it no longer feels like striving. It feels like breathing. There is no checklist to complete, no race to win. You've realized that maturity in faith isn't about doing more. It's about becoming more aware. Every moment has turned into an altar. Every step has become prayer. You move through life differently now. Where once you reacted, now you respond. Where once you sought answers, now you seek presence. You're not numb, you're aware. You don't rush into conversations trying to prove your point. You listen first, because silence taught you that wisdom grows in the soil of humility. It's strange to remember how restless you once were, how your soul ached for constant confirmation, how you searched for signs like stars in a cloudy sky. But now you see that heaven was never far. It was in the waiting all along, shaping you into someone who could hold peace without dropping it. The storms that once terrified you now look smaller, not because life has become easier, but because your spirit has expanded. What used to shake you now simply passes through. You've learned that calm is not the absence of conflict, it's the mastery of focus. When your eyes stay on God, chaos loses its power to distract. According to the book of Philippians, chapter 4, verse 7, and the peace of God, which transcends all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus. Unquote. You read those words and realize they're not just a promise. They're a description of where you live now. That peace doesn't remove thought, it refines it. It doesn't erase emotion, it anchors it. The same mind that once spun with questions now rests in quiet clarity. You've experienced this guarding firsthand. There were days when anxiety tried to return, knocking softly at the edges of your peace. But it couldn't enter. Not anymore. You'd built walls out of trust, walls that no fear could climb. The verse became flesh in you. That's the miracle people often miss. peace as protection. It doesn't just calm you, it keeps you. It filters what enters your heart. Silences what seeks to distract. You've stopped letting every thought build a nest inside your mind. You choose which ones belong. And peace has become your gatekeeper. You live slower now. You notice the world as though seeing it for the first time. You marvel at the small signs of mercy that used to go unnoticed, the steady rhythm of your own breath, the way forgiveness frees your chest, the way laughter feels like worship. Every sound, every sight becomes a reminder. God is near, always near. Some days, you feel the weight of memory, the old hurts, the people who didn't understand, the losses that changed you. But instead of bitterness, compassion rises. You no longer wish them different, you wish them healed. That's when you know love has grown strong inside you. When empathy replaces explanation, it surprises you how light your soul feels. You used to think peace would make life dull, but instead, it's made life vivid. Colors seem brighter, conversations feel fuller, time itself seems kinder. When you stop fighting what is, you finally begin to see what always was. And when challenges come, as they still do, you face them without panic. You no longer cry. "Why me?" you whisper. "Teach me." That simple change of language transforms everything. You've discovered that peace is not passive, it's participatory. It learns, adapts, evolves. It makes even hardship a classroom for grace. You've started to view people differently too. You recognize the weary eyes of those still trapped in their storms. You remember what it felt like to be one of them. Instead of judging, you bless. Instead of correcting, you listen. Sometimes, just your calm presence speaks louder than advice. You've become a living echo of that verse from Philippians: peace guarding the heart, peace guarding the mind. People sense it without knowing why. You've stopped trying to explain it. Some truths can only be felt, not defined. The days blur softly together now, not from monotony, but from flow. You no longer mark time by crises or victories. You measure by moments of gratitude, by the rhythm of grace that carries you through each sunrise and sunset. You begin to realize that heaven's work is never done to you, it's done through you. The light that once broke you is now shining outward. Your stillness has become strength for someone else's storm. You walk through your home in the evening, feeling the peace in the air, the still hum of divine presence resting quietly in corners. The atmosphere itself feels baptized. You pause for a moment, placing your hand over your heart, whispering a quiet, "Thank you not for the things you've gained, but for the person you've become." Because the true miracle isn't what God gave you, it's what He grew in you. The evening comes softly, like a promise unfolding in slow motion. You sit quietly by the window, watching the sky trade its fire for silver. The air feels calm, almost reverent, as if creation itself understands something sacred is happening. Inside you, the same calm hums, not an ending, but a continuation. You sense it again, the rhythm of heaven, the whisper that says, "I'm not done yet." And you thought peace was the final gift. But it's not. It's preparation. Peace is the soil where new assignments grow. And now, deep within, you feel it, the stirring of purpose waking up again. Stronger, clearer, bolder. It's not the same kind of calling you felt before. Back then, you thought calling meant movement, going places, doing things, proving value. But now, you understand calling as becoming a vessel so full of presence that wherever you stand, heaven can work. You begin to notice new signs in ordinary moments. Doors open easily. Conversations flow naturally. People approach you, drawn not to what you say, but to the atmosphere around you. You've stopped trying to impress. You just are. And that authenticity carries power. Your journey has taught you something. Sacred obedience doesn't always look like motion. Sometimes it looks like abiding. Sometimes it means staying still long enough for God to breathe through your patience. You don't chase now, you attract. Not because of charm, but because of clarity. When your soul aligns with divine timing, your presence alone becomes permission for others to believe again. The scriptures declare in the book of Romans, chapter 15, verse 13, "May the God of hope fill you with all joy and peace as you trust in him, so that you may overflow with hope by the power of the Holy Spirit." You read it slowly, and the words feel alive. Overflow. That's it. That's what's happening to you. You're no longer surviving, you're overflowing. Hope has stopped being a wish and started being your default. You've become a living spring, and the flow never runs out because it's sourced in eternity. The peace you carry now isn't still water, it's moving water, flowing through the cracks of broken spaces around you. The world may not notice it, but heaven does. Every conversation you have, every act of compassion you offer, becomes a channel through which grace moves. You're part of the current now, one drop in a divine river that keeps healing everything it touches. You don't announce it, but you feel it, a quiet commission taking root. Not a new title, not a platform, but a mission that sounds like mercy, the kind that walks softly, speaks kindly, and listens deeply. You've discovered that ministry isn't always a stage, it's often a table, a conversation, a presence that refuses to rush. People around you start noticing something different. They can't always describe it, but they feel lighter after being near you. That's how you know you're carrying living water. It quenches without performance. You've become a reflection of the verse you just read, overflowing without effort. And yet, even now, God keeps deepening you. He doesn't stop refining. There are layers of strength you didn't know existed, and He's gently drawing them out. Not through crisis this time, but through calling, through small, consistent invitations to love in places that once exhausted you, through opportunities that stretch you gently instead of shattering you. This is the new rhythm, grace in motion, purpose in peace. But as with every season, heaven asks for a response, not a reaction. Buta remembranse. If this word resonates with your spirit, if you can feel the overflow stirring inside, like a well ready to rise again, then type 2,222 inches. The comments. The number 2 represents partnership, alignment, and divine agreement. Written 4 times, it becomes a seal, a prophetic symbol of heaven's synchronization with your life. When you write 2,222, you're declaring, I am in agreement with heaven's timing. I walk in step with divine peace and purpose. Although each 2 carries a message. The first 2, heaven's promise to walk with you. The second 2, your willingness to walk with heaven, together, They form the covenant of movement, grace and obedience, walking hand in hand. You're not just typing a number, you're aligning your spirit. You're saying, I am not moving alone anymore. Every step I take will be with divine rhythm. There's something holy about numbers when they become declarations. They're not superstition, they're symbols. Reminders that heaven speaks in patterns as much as words. The 2222 becomes a visual prayer, a coded song of surrender. It tells the unseen world that your will has bowed to alignment. Your steps have merged with guidance. Your heart beats in time with grace. This is what overflow looks like, not striving for significance, but resting in synchronicity. You no longer need to force outcomes. They meet you. You no longer beg for opportunities. They unfold like petals before your patience. Everything begins to move in harmony. Now, conversations, timing, resources, ideas. You sense it clearly. Heaven is weaving threads you can't yet see, but you can already feel the fabric forming. The stillness that once felt like pause now feels like preparation. You understand now why God waited hours to speak. It was never to test your endurance, it was to tune your hearing. And because you waited, you can now discern even the softest whisper. You sit quietly, heart steady, eyes lifted slightly to the fading sky. You don't need fireworks to feel confirmation. The peace in your chest is enough. It's heaven's quiet signature. Yes, this is the way, walk in it. As night folds over the earth, you exhale deeply. You realize the waiting didn't end. When the silence broke, it evolved into worship. Every still moment since then has been a song. And now, in this twilight hour, one truth rises gently inside you. Peace was never the prize. It was the pathway. You whisper softly, to no one in particular, but the one who always listens. I am aligned. The night has deepened, and everything around you feels hushed. There's a sacred quiet that settles into the corners of the world when heaven begins to work beneath the surface. You can almost feel the earth breathing slowly, as if creation itself is in prayer. It's in this kind of silence that you understand what divine alignment truly means, not just walking with God, but moving in the same rhythm as His breath. You sit for a long while, thinking about how far you've come. There was a time when silence frightened you, when you mistook stillness for distance, delay for denial. But now you see how God was never absent. He was simply speaking in another frequency. You had to slow down to hear it. You had to grow quieter than your fear to recognize His voice. There's peace in that realization. The kind of peace that feels like warm light beneath your ribs. Steady and calm. You realize you don't have to chase answers anymore. You don't have to decode the future. Everything you need to know comes at the right time, wrapped in the right kind of grace. You look at your reflection in the window, same eyes, but different depth. There's softness there now, but also certainty. You've been remade from the inside out, not by noise, not by grand gestures, but by quiet obedience. You didn't need a spotlight, you needed surrender. You smile faintly because you recognize it now. This is the fruit of patience. Every delay, every unanswered prayer, every closed door has shaped this peace. It was never punishment. It was pruning. You were being prepared, not postponed. As written in the book of Psalms, chapter 37, verse 7, "Be still before the Lord, and wait patiently for Him. Do not fret when people succeed in their ways, when they carry out their wicked schemes. The verse reads like a gentle instruction, but also like a reminder. You hear it and realize that stillness isn't idleness, it's insight. It's choosing to remain rooted while others run ahead. It's refusing to let comparison corrode your contentment. That line, "Do not fret," echoes through your chest. You've spent so much of your life wrestling with the pace of others, wondering why their breakthroughs seemed faster, their blessings louder. But now, you've outgrown the illusion of competition. You've learned that God's pace for you is precise, not late, not early, perfect. You remember the first time you truly let go of comparison. It wasn't easy. It felt like unlearning a reflex. But the moment you did, space opened inside your heart. Space for joy, for peace, for gratitude. You realized you didn't need to keep up with anyone. You just needed to keep in step with grace. And that's when life started to feel lighter. You began to walk without measuring. You stopped counting how long things took and started noticing how much you were growing while waiting. Stillness turned from something you endured into something you embraced. It became a sanctuary instead of a sentence. You learned to rest even while responsibilities remained. You learned that God doesn't rush outcomes because He's more interested in shaping identity. This revelation changes how you see everything. You look at interruptions differently now. What used to frustrate you now feels like invitation. A delay isn't an obstacle, it's a doorway to observation. Sometimes God slows you down so that you can see what speed hides. You start to notice people differently too. You realize that everyone is waiting for something, even if they don't admit it. Everyone carries a prayer half answered, a dream half born. You begin to see the sacred in their stories. You listen more, speak less, and find that empathy builds bridges faster than instruction ever could. That's part of divine maturity, learning to love others from the same patience God used on you. The compassion that flows from your spirit now is not shallow. It's born of experience. You don't just tell people, "It will be okay." You are the evidence that it will. Even the way you pray has changed. You no longer bring lists, you bring listening. You don't speak to fill silence, you speak to stay aligned. Prayer has become more about awareness than articulation. Sometimes it's just breathing in His presence and letting your heartbeat say what words can't. You find yourself thanking God for the simplest things, the softness of a blanket, the hum of life outside your window, the peace that wraps around your shoulders like a shawl. Gratitude has become your grounding, anchoring you in the present moment where heaven always meets earth. You've stopped looking for signs in the sky because you've learned to read the signs in your spirit. The same God who once spoke in burning bushes now speaks in breath. Every inhale feels like a reminder. You're still here. You're still chosen. You're still covered. And with that awareness, fear begins to fade in ways you can't quite describe. You no longer flinch when the future looks uncertain. You've seen what God can build out of broken timelines. You've watched Him turn every "not yet" into a "now" when the heart was finally ready. That's the secret you carry now, not that waiting ends, but that it transforms. You don't get used to it, you grow through it. And when you reach the point where waiting no longer feels like punishment, that's when you realize you've entered peace beyond understanding. You sit back, close your eyes, and let that truth sink in. The quiet around you feels alive, filled with unseen movement. You can't explain it, but you sense heaven smiling again. The same presence that once taught you patience now whispers one final truth into your stillness. You never lost time. You were being shaped for timeless things. There's a sacred quiet that fills the morning, the kind of stillness that carries memory and promise. At the same time, you stand by the window again, watching the light push gently through the curtain. And something in you knows this piece wasn't given to end your story, but to expand it. You've been healed, so you can hold space for others. The silence that once taught you how to endure is now teaching you how to lead with tenderness, not noise. The world outside is still racing, still shouting, still searching for meaning in motion. But you've found the power of steady steps. You move like a river now, never in a hurry, yet always arriving. And wherever you go, the current of peace follows. People don't always understand it, but they feel it. You've become living proof that peace isn't weakness, it's authority under control. Every day you rise now feels like an answered prayer in motion. The breath in your lungs carries testimony. You've walked through fire, but the scent that lingers isn't smoke, it's incense. Worship born from survival. Gratitude shaped from endurance. As declared in the book of Proverbs, chapter 16, verse 3, "Commit to the Lord whatever you do, and He will establish your plans." Those words don't just comfort you, they define how you live now. You no longer plan out of panic, you plan out of partnership. Every goal becomes a conversation, not a negotiation. Every dream begins with surrender, not strategy. You've stopped asking, "Will this work?" and started asking, "Will this please Him?" And somehow, everything flows better that way. Doors open without effort. People appear without searching. Ideas take form with divine precision. It's as if heaven keeps building bridges where you used to see barriers, because you've learned that commitment, when rooted in peace, always births clarity. You walk differently now. You speak differently. You even dream differently, no longer from fear, but from fullness. You've seen how quickly the world changes, but you've also seen how constant grace remains. That realization has anchored you like a tree beside living waters, steady, fruitful, impossible to uproot. And maybe that's why you're here right now, reading, listening, breathing. This moment isn't random. It's alignment. Heaven arranging a small pause to remind you that your growth hasn't gone unnoticed. Every small act of faith, every gentle word, every quiet decision to trust instead of fear, they've all been building a bridge between you and your next season. You're not waiting anymore. You're walking. Every moment of faith, even the silent ones, is motion. And the steps you're taking now are sacred. They're the slow, holy dance between surrender and destiny. And if this journey, this unfolding, this peace, this deep sense of recognition has spoken to something inside you, then let's take a moment together. If this message resonates with your spirit, like it not as a habit, but as a heartbeat, let it be a simple gesture that says, "I see the hand of God here, and I agree." Imagine your like as a ripple in still water, gentle, yet capable of reaching unseen shores. Then, if your heart feels led, share this message, not because it's content, but because it's comfort. Picture it like offering someone a warm blanket on a cold night, or lighting a lantern in a hallway where someone else is still trying to find their way. You never know who's standing one decision away from peace. And if this space has become a resting place for your spirit, a small well you return to when the noise of life grows heavy, then consider subscribing, not as a transaction, but as a continuation. Think of it like marking a trail back to stillness. A reminder that peace has a place to meet you again. Every action, your like, your share, your quiet subscription isn't about numbers. It's about nurturing a movement. It's about saying, I want to be part of something that brings calm where chaos has reigned. Oh, you see, the message doesn't end here. It never does. Every person who hears, every soul who feels, becomes a new vessel of the same light. It's how heaven multiplies through hands that pass flame, through hearts that remember what warmth feels like. Your participation is not obligation, it's expression. When you share peace, you're not amplifying a voice, you're extending a vibration. You're letting the stillness you found echo into other hearts that need the same reminder that peace is possible, that patience pays, that purpose waits for the one who listens long enough to hear. Sometimes, people think spiritual calls to action must sound dramatic or demanding, but the truth is, heaven invites softly. It never forces. It beckons through resonance. And when you feel that resonance, when something deep inside you whispers, "This is right," that's your yes. You can almost feel that whisper even now. Not pressure, just presence. A small nudge from the same voice that once waited hours to speak, now reminding you that your journey still matters, that your quiet faith is still shaping unseen futures. So, breathe deeply. Let gratitude stretch through your chest. Remember how far you've come, how silence shaped you, how every delay became direction. You're not behind, you're aligned. You're not forgotten, you're favored. And as you move forward, carry this peace like a candle cupped in your hands. Protect it, but don't hid it. Let it glow through everything you touch, every word you speak, every connection you make. The world is starved for this kind of calm, and you've been chosen to share it. If you've ever wondered whether the small things matter, remember this: heaven measures impact by intention, not volume. Sometimes, one peaceful soul can shift an entire atmosphere. You are that soul. The morning light pours in softly, and for a moment, you just stand there, quiet, unhurried, whole. There's no urgency in your pulse, no fear hiding behind your thoughts. You've arrived at a place many search their whole lives for, peace that doesn't depend on answers. It's strange how the more you let go, the more you receive. The tighter you used to hold your plans, the harder life felt. But now, surrender has made you weightless. This season isn't about striving anymore. It's about sustaining. Peace isn't a gift you protect. It's a garden you tend. You've realized that if you stop watering your spirit with gratitude, weeds of worry grow fast. So every day, you choose to water your inner soil with stillness, with prayer, with awareness. You've learned that peace doesn't survive by accident, it thrives through attention. There's beauty in tending something invisible. The world measures growth by what can be seen, but heaven measures by what can be sustained. And what you're sustaining now is something eternal, a quiet, radiant strength that needs no stage. You notice how differently you respond to pressure now. Once, you would have rushed, panicked, tried to force solutions. But peace has taught you another way. Now, when the unknown knocks, you open the door slowly. You don't chase control, you offer trust. It's not passivity, it's partnership. It's knowing that even in uncertainty, you're not walking alone. As written in the book of Isaiah, chapter 26, verse 3, you will keep in perfect peace those whose minds are steadfast, because they trust in you. Those words are no longer just scripture, they've become your story. Steadfast, that's what you've become. Not unshaken, because storms stopped, but because you stopped depending on calm weather to stay grounded. You found the anchor within the quiet confidence that God is near, even when silence stretches. And that trust has changed everything. You've noticed how your days flow smoother, how your mind rests easier, how your prayers feel lighter. You don't come to God as a beggar anymore. You come as a beloved. You no longer fear delay, because you've seen how divine timing decorates everything it touches. There's a deep joy that comes from trusting at this level. It's not loud joy, it's steady. Like a candle that keeps burning, even when the wind howls. You've become that light now. And because of that, people start noticing something about you. They can't always name it, but they feel safer around you. They sense the calm you carry. You've become the kind of person whose presence feels like exhale after a long day. That's what grace does. It transforms survivors into healers. The same silence that once wounded you has become the place from which you minister peace. You no longer preach lessons, you live them. You've also learned that peace doesn't mean isolation. It means connection without dependency. You can love without clinging, give without draining, walk with others without losing your balance. That's maturity, the ability to remain centered even while reaching outward. There's a quiet strength in knowing that you don't need to fix everyone's storm. Sometimes your peace is the only sermon they need. Sometimes your calm is the only comfort they hear. You think of Jesus asleep on the boat in the middle of the storm, how the disciples panicked. But he stayed resting. That image has never left you. You used to pray for calm seas. Now you pray for the kind of faith that can sleep in waves. And in many ways, that's who you've become, a soul at rest while the world shakes. You've realized that heaven doesn't always still the waters. Sometimes it stills you instead. You begin to notice that this peace isn't fragile, it's fierce. It doesn't hide from storms, it redefines them. It doesn't need protection, it is protection. And once you've tasted that kind of peace, you stop craving anything that disturbs it. You no longer chase validation or fear rejection. You simply move from love, never from lack. Your days are quieter now, but fuller. You've started to find joy in simplicity, the laughter of a child, the sound of rain, the rhythm of your own breathing. You realize heaven has been in these moments all along. You were just too hurried to notice before. Sometimes, you still catch glimpses of the old you, the one who worried too much, who tried to plan everything, who mistook control for care. You don't judge that version anymore. You thank them. They were doing their best with what they knew. But now you know better. You know peace isn't found by holding tighter, it's found by opening wider. This is the paradox of divine rest. The less you strive, the more heaven flows through you. Your surrender becomes the doorway for miracles to walk through. You close your eyes for a moment, letting that truth settle deep. The world is still noisy, still unpredictable, but you no longer flinch at its chaos. You've learned the art of calm stillness not as escape, but as embodiment. You can almost hear heaven whisper again. Soft and steady, stay here, not in this physical space, but in this posture, the posture of peace, the posture of trust, the posture of being exactly where you're meant to be, even when you don't yet see why. If this truth touches something in you, if you can feel the echo of recognition stirring, then type, I am peace. Just 3 words. But they carry eternity inside them. You're not merely repeating them, you're reaffirming them. You're telling heaven, I'm not waiting for calm, I've become it. Each word becomes a declaration. Each letter, a seed planted in your future. You've waited long enough for peace to arrive. Now, peace waits for you to agree with it. So say it quietly, sincerely, boldly, if you must. I am peace. Enter and let heaven hear the echo. Night returns softly. The kind of night that doesn't feel empty, it feels full. The stars seem closer than usual, almost listening. You step outside for air, and the world greets you with silence, not the hollow kind that used to scare you, but the kind that hums with presence. You've learned to love this stillness. It's no longer a pause, it's a pulse. It's the sound of heaven breathing near. The air feels cool against your skin, and you realize how much gentler life becomes when your spirit isn't fighting it. There was a time when you resisted every delay, every detour, every unanswered prayer. But now, you can look back and see that each not yet was God's mercy. Each closed door was direction. Each waiting season was preparation disguised as patience. You lean against the railing and look up. The sky stretches wide and endless, and you feel small, but not insignificant. There's comfort in knowing you're part of something vast, woven into eternity's fabric, a single thread in heaven's design. You don't need to control the whole picture anymore. It's enough to trust the hand that paints it. You breathe deeply and remember the weight you use to carry expectations, disappointments, the constant comparison to everyone else's timeline. That pressure is gone now. It didn't vanish overnight. It dissolved slowly. Every time you chose faith over frustration, every time you decided to stay instead of strive. That's what transformation really looks like. It's not a moment, it's a pattern. One quiet choice after another, until the new rhythm becomes who you are. You no longer chase peace, because peace has become your pace. You've begun to understand the beauty of divine consistency. God doesn't always speak in thunder, but He never stops speaking. His guidance might not always change your direction, but it constantly corrects your posture. The more you align with His rhythm, the more effortless obedience feels. There's a verse that has carried you through this understanding, according to the book of Hebrews, chapter 12, verse 11. No discipline seems pleasant at the time, but painful. Later on, however, it produces a harvest of righteousness and peace for those who have been trained by it. Oh, you let those words settle in, their truth wrapping around your spirit like a steady heartbeat. That's what your waiting was. It was training. The silence was shaping. The discipline wasn't punishment. It was positioning. You were being prepared for peace that could be trusted, peace that wouldn't crumble under pressure. That verse reminds you that every pruning season has purpose. When God stripped things away, plans, people, illusions, it wasn't to diminish you. It was to define you. You were being refined for resilience. Heaven never wastes discomfort when it's used for growth. You think of all the times you wanted quick answers, sudden breakthroughs, dramatic change. Now, you thank God that He moved slowly. The slower the process, the stronger the foundation. What's built fast fades fast, but what's built with intention lasts forever. You glance again at the stars, how they shine so effortlessly, how their brilliance comes not from striving, but from simply being where they were placed. There's a lesson in that. You don't need to shine louder, you just need to stay aligned. The light will handle the rest. The more you reflect, the more you understand. The silence didn't make you smaller, it made you spacious. There's more room in you now for grace, for patience, for people. You can love deeper because you no longer love from lack. You can give freely because you've stopped guarding every piece of yourself. Peace has made you generous. You start to see that this is what heaven meant when it whispered, "Be still." Stillness isn't motionless, it's measured. It's not about doing nothing, it's about doing what matters. When it matters, how heaven leads. That's what your life looks like now, movement led by peace instead of panic. There's a new kind of strength in you, quiet, enduring, soft but unbreakable. It doesn't roar, but it doesn't retreat either. It stands like a tree that bends in the wind, yet refuses to break. You've become rooted, not restless. And in that rootedness, you've discovered rest. True. Rest the kind that doesn't depend on outcomes. You can work hard without worry, dream boldly without dread, and plan without panic. Rest isn't the absence of effort. It's effort anchored in trust. You think about how differently your prayers sound now. They're shorter, but deeper. You no longer feel the need to explain every fear or outline every desire. You simply say, "You know," and that's enough. Relationship replaces repetition. That's the language of those who've walked long enough with God to stop striving for His attention. The stillness around you feels sacred now. You used to fill it with distractions, afraid of what quiet might reveal. But now you crave it, because in the quiet, you find clarity. You realize that peace doesn't require proof, it just requires presence. You take another breath and feel how natural gratitude has become. You don't need to force it. It rises like air from deep within. Every inhale says thank you. Every exhale releases what no longer serves. You live lighter now, not because life is easier, but because you've stopped carrying what wasn't yours. You can sense heaven smiling again, not in fireworks or visions, but in the simple awareness that you are exactly where you're meant to be. The long season of silence was never wasted. It was the groundwork for peace that lasts. As you turn to go inside, the night wraps you gently in its quiet blessing. The stars above keep shining, steady and ancient, as if to remind you that faith was never about speed, it was always about steadiness. You whisper a quiet thank you into the air, knowing that heaven hears even the smallest sigh of gratitude. And as you close the door behind you, you realize that stillness no longer feels like waiting. It feels like worship. The days begin to blend softly into one another, now, like brushstrokes in a watercolor sky. There's no rush, no harsh edges, just motion wrapped in meaning. You've stopped measuring time by outcomes. You measure it by awareness. Every sunrise feels like grace restarting. Every sunset feels like a benediction whispered over your obedience. You live slower, but deeper. It's not laziness, it's alignment. You've learned that speed is not the same as significance. The world glorifies acceleration, but heaven honors rhythm. You walk in rhythm now, the steady cadence of trust, the quiet drumbeat of peace that hums beneath everything. Some mornings, you wake before dawn, not to chase the day, but to greet it. You sit in the half-light, letting silence do what words no longer can. The early stillness feels like a classroom where the Spirit teaches without speaking. You've learned more from these quiet hours than from years of striving. There's a gentle wisdom that's grown in you, an awareness that peace doesn't eliminate responsibility. It transforms how you carry it. You still work, still plan, still dream, but none of it feels heavy anymore. Burdens lose their weight when carried in rhythm with grace. You remember how, once, you thought peace would mean escape, that if you were truly walking with God, you wouldn't face storms anymore. But now you see that storms aren't signs of failure, they're opportunities for faith. Peace isn't the absence of waves, it's the ability to float when they come. And you've learned to float well. When worry rises, you breathe. When plans fall apart, you pause. When people misunderstand, you release. You've realized that your peace isn't a reaction, it's a residence. You live there now. You think about the old you, the one who used to beg for signs, who equated silence with rejection. You have compassion for that version of yourself. You understand now that heaven never ignored you. It invited you to listen differently. God's voice wasn't missing, it was maturing you. As written in the book of Joshua, chapter 1, verse 9, "Have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid, do not be discouraged. For the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go." Oh, that verse feels different when you read it now. It's no longer a call to arms, it's a call to assurance. The courage it speaks of isn't loud, it's lasting. It's not about roaring through life, it's about resting in the fact that you're never walking alone. You used to think strength meant never breaking. Now you understand that strength is knowing when to bend. Courage doesn't mean forcing outcomes, it means trusting presence. The Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. That line has become the foundation of your calm. You don't need to predict the road ahead, you just need to remember who walks beside you. That awareness has changed the texture of your days. Even in routine moments, folding laundry, answering messages, sitting in traffic, you sense him there. The ordinary has become holy because your perspective has been baptized. You no longer separate spiritual life from daily life. They're the same thing now, sacred woven through simple. You find yourself noticing beauty in small details, how light falls on leaves, how laughter fills a room, how grace hides in the kindness of strangers. You've stopped waiting for the miraculous because you've realized it's already happening in the mundane. Sometimes, people ask how you've stayed so calm, how you keep your faith steady when the world feels uncertain. You don't have a rehearsed answer. You just smile softly, knowing they're not asking for information, they're asking for reassurance. So, you let your peace do the talking. You've become a walking reminder that heaven is near, not because of perfection, but because of presence. You've seen what trust can build in silence. And now that stillness lives in your tone, your timing, your gaze. Even when you're quiet, people feel something shift. That's the weight of peace. It speaks without sound. There's something profoundly humbling about that. You never set out to become anyone's example. You just wanted to survive. But somewhere along the way, God turned survival into seed. Every pain that could have hardened you instead became fertile soil for compassion. Every silence that could have silenced you instead deepened your voice. And now, without effort, you've become part of heaven's healing process. You don't need to preach peace. You transmit it. Your calm becomes a kind of language, one that hearts recognize even when minds don't. There's freedom in this season. Freedom from striving, from proving, from performing. You no longer need to convince anyone that you're chosen. You've become too busy living like it. The evidence is in your endurance. The proof is in your peace. You walk lighter, not because life got simpler, but because you stopped fighting what can only be received. You don't fear change anymore because you've learned that nothing truly aligned with grace can be lost. It can only evolve. When you sit with God, now, it's no longer filled with questions or requests. It's communion. Sometimes you say nothing. Sometimes you cry without reason. Sometimes you just breathe. And in those moments, you feel the same truth that's followed you through every season. He waited hours to speak, but his timing has never missed. You realize that the waiting wasn't wasted. It was the birthplace of wisdom. The silence wasn't punishment. It was preparation. The peace you live in now isn't an ending. It's an inheritance. You glance again at the horizon outside. Soft light lingering before dusk. The sky reminds you that endings and beginnings are often the same event seen from different angles. You smile because you know now that your story doesn't hinge on moments, it unfolds in movements. And this movement, the one that started in pain, passed through patience, and blossomed into peace, has only just begun. There's something new stirring again, soft but certain, like a quiet current beneath calm waters. You can feel it in the air, that subtle shift that tells you heaven is setting something in motion. Not rushed, not loud, just right. You've walked far enough with God now to recognize the feeling, the hum of divine preparation, the heartbeat of a new assignment forming in the unseen. It's not dramatic this time. There are no storms, no urgent signs, just peace with purpose. You've reached the kind of maturity where God doesn't need to shout. His whispers are enough. When peace deepens, it often means promotion is near, not the kind the world measures, but the kind heaven designs. You can feel it in the way your thoughts have shifted. You're dreaming again, but differently, not from desperation, but from partnership. The visions you carry now don't feel like burdens, they feel like blueprints. You no longer ask, "Can I do this?" You ask, "How will we do this?" God, the silence that once shaped you, has now become strategy. You've learned to wait, to watch, to work wisely. There's a discipline in your calm that confuses chaos. You've realized that not every opportunity is divine. Not every open door is yours to enter. Maturity isn't saying yes to everything. It's having the peace to say no. Your discernment has become sharp. Not because you trained harder, but because you trusted longer. That's what trust does it. Fine-tunes your spirit to hear heaven, even in the smallest echoes. You walk differently now. You've traded reaction for reflection. You've stopped chasing confirmation from others because you've learned to hear God's tone in your own peace. What once felt like hesitation has become holiness. You no longer rush, you align. As spoken in the book of Philippians, chapter 1, verse 9. And this is my prayer, that your love may abound more and more in knowledge and depth of insight. You let those words sit on your tongue for a moment. Love, knowledge, insight. 3 parts of the same holy heartbeat. This is what growth looks like now, not bigger platforms, but deeper perception. Love that sees clearly, discerns gently, and moves wisely. You used to think purpose meant doing. Now you understand it's about becoming. God isn't asking you to impress the world. He's inviting you to embody His nature. Insight without love becomes arrogance. But love with wisdom becomes power. And that's what you carry now. Powerful gentleness. There's a new kind of awareness growing in you. You've started to see how even the smallest acts of obedience ripple through eternity. The text you send, the prayer you whisper, the smile you offer to someone weary, none of it is wasted. Heaven counts every gesture of grace. You realize now that the silence you endured wasn't just preparing you for peace, it was preparing you for people. You were trained in stillness so you could lead from it. Others will come to you, not for answers, but for atmosphere. They'll need the calm you carry, the wisdom that waits, the love that listens. This is your calling now, not to speak louder, but to live clearer. But before you move forward, heaven asks you again not to perform, but to participate, to mark this moment, not with striving, but with surrender. If this message resonates deep within, if you sense that your next season isn't about noise, but about nurturing what's been planted, then type 999 inches the comments. The number 9 is heaven's number of divine completion, fullness, and birthing. Written 3 times, it represents the holy cycle of endings becoming beginnings, the final chapter before transformation unfolds. When you write 999, you are declaring, my season of preparation is complete. I am stepping into divine fulfillment. You're not rushing God, you're recognizing His timing. You're saying, I accept the closing of the old because I trust the beginning of the new. Let each 9 speak over your journey. The first 9 for everything that had to end, the second 9 for everything that was refined, the third 9 for everything that is now ready to rise. It's not just a number, it's a statement of faith. It's your way of saying, I'm done resisting. I'm ready to be released. You're telling heaven, I'm aligned with your rhythm. Even if I don't yet see the full picture, I know. The number 999 doesn't symbolize finality and despair. It symbolizes divine transition. It's the echo of heaven saying, well done in the waiting. Now step into the unfolding. When you type it, you're not closing a book, you're turning a page. You might feel that holy stirring inside even now. It's not anxiety, it's anticipation. It's the quiet hum of purpose waking up again. You're standing at the threshold of a new season, one marked not by striving, but by steady purpose. This moment isn't about hype, it's about harmony. God isn't calling you to louder movements, He's calling you to deeper ones. What comes next won't demand your exhaustion, it will flow from your alignment. So as you write 999, see it as a symbol of gratitude. Gratitude for the silence that shaped you, the storms that steadied you, the waiting that worked wonders you couldn't see. Let it remind you that heaven's timing has never been delay, it's been design. The wind outside begins to stir, gentle but intentional. It moves through the trees like a whisper of agreement, and you feel the same current brushing through your spirit. The air feels lighter. The world somehow wider. You smile. Because you recognize it, it's the breath of beginnings. And as you sit there, quietly marking this moment with your spirit's yes, one truth rises gently within you. You are no longer waiting for what's coming. What's coming has already begun. The morning feels new in a way you can't quite explain. It isn't louder, but it's lighter, as though even the air knows something has shifted in the spirit. The heaviness that once lingered around your waiting has turned into clarity. You wake now, not searching for signs, but sensing direction. Heaven no longer feels distant, it feels deliberate. You move through the day differently. Every task, no matter how small, carries intention. Making coffee, answering messages, folding clothes. Each one feels like a quiet act of worship. You've discovered that divine purpose isn't only found in grand moments, it's woven into daily motions. Your life has become a living parable now, a slow story of transformation told through the ordinary. The peace you carry doesn't sparkle for attention, it glows quietly. Like candlelight reflected in a mirror, those around you feel it before they hear it. That's how heaven works through you, not in explosions, but in echoes. You think of how long it took to get here, the nights of questioning, the days of silence, the waiting that felt endless. Yet now, it all makes sense. What once felt like delay was design. What once felt like silence was strategy. You were never abandoned. You were being aligned. As written in the book of Psalms, chapter 1, verse 3, that person is like a tree planted by streams of water, which yields its fruit in season, and whose leaf does not wither. Whatever they do prospers. You pause over those words, and for the first time, you truly see yourself in them. You are that tree deeply rooted, still standing, nourished from unseen streams. You didn't wither when storms came. You waited, and now you've begun to bear fruit, not for show, but for sustenance, the kind that feeds others quietly. That's the beauty of divine timing. It turns your endurance into nourishment for others. You've learned that prosperity isn't always about possessions. Sometimes it's about peace that can't be stolen. And maybe that's why you're here now, reading these words. Because somewhere inside, you know, peace isn't meant to be hoarded, it's meant to be shared. If this message has met you where you are, if it feels like a mirror held up to your season, then let your heart respond. Not out of pressure, but out of participation. Like this message, not as a reflex, but as a reflection. Let it be your quiet way of saying, yes, I'm rooted, I'm growing, I'm ready to bear fruit. Picture it like placing a small stone at the base of a tree, a marker of gratitude for how far you've come. If the peace in these words has reminded you of your own growth, then share it. Not for numbers, not for recognition, but as a seed. Imagine tossing that seed into the wind, trusting that it will land exactly where it's needed, maybe in the soil of someone's sleepless night, or in the heart of someone who's just about to give up. Your act of sharing becomes the breeze that carries comfort to places your feet may never reach. And if this space has become a resting place for your soul, a reminder that you're not walking alone, then subscribe, not as a routine, but as a rhythm. Think of it like returning to a well that never runs dry, or like building a small altar along the path of your journey, one you visit again and again to refill your spirit. You see, these gestures, liking, sharing, Subscribing aren't transactions. They're extensions of testimony. They're how you quietly join the work heaven is already doing through this message. When you engage, you're not supporting content, you're spreading comfort. Every click becomes a ripple in the river of grace. Every share becomes a bridge for someone else's healing. Every return becomes a reminder that peace is still flowing here. Your life has become that same river, now steady, clear, alive. You're learning that rivers don't fight for direction, they follow gravity. And grace has become your gravity. It pulls you toward purpose naturally, without striving. You've stopped forcing outcomes because you finally trust the flow. That's what growth looks like, knowing when to paddle and when to drift, when to speak and when to stay silent. You don't have to make waves. Your obedience already moves the water. Some might not understand this peace. They'll call it complacency because they don't recognize contentment, but you know the difference. You've tasted rest that doesn't come from achievement, but from assurance. You don't need applause to confirm your progress. You already have heaven's approval. And when you offer this peace to others through your words, your kindness, your calm, you're not giving from excess, you're giving from overflow. The stream that nourishes you is infinite. You're just letting it flow through your life. That's why these small invitations to like, to share, to stay connected aren't marketing. They're ministry. They're how you say, let the river keep running. Every act of engagement keeps the current alive, allowing more hearts to be reached by what heaven is speaking. So, pause for a moment. Feel that quiet tug in your spirit. That's not guilt. It's gratitude calling you to action. It's the awareness that you've been fed by peace. And now, it's your turn to pass it forward. When you like, you water the tree. When you share, you scatter the seed. When you subscribe, you return to the stream. These are not commands, they're choices. Beautiful, voluntary choices that mirror your spiritual maturity, the ability to give freely because you've already received fully. As you sit with these thoughts, you realize that the story isn't over. The roots go deeper still. The fruit grows richer still. You're part of something living, something divine. And maybe, just maybe, this small act today, your like, your share, your quiet subscription becomes the ripple that awakens someone else's peace tomorrow. You smile softly, knowing it's never about numbers, it's about nourishment. It's about letting the living water flow, and so, without striving, without guilt, without pressure, you simply whisper, let it flow. The days begin to feel like a quiet rhythm now, an unfolding rather than a chase. You wake not with urgency, but with awareness. The same stillness that once felt like waiting now feels like wisdom. You've stopped trying to get ahead of God. Instead, you walk beside Him, step for step. There's no more rushing toward tomorrow. No more wrestling with what hasn't yet arrived. You've learned to live in the sacred simplicity of now. This is what divine alignment feels like: peace that breathes, patience that doesn't hurt, purpose that doesn't hurry. The weight of striving has lifted, replaced by the warmth of knowing you are exactly where you're meant to be. There's a beauty in this kind of balance. It's not perfection, but presence. You start to notice how much more clearly you hear when your heart is quiet. Heaven doesn't need to shout anymore. A whisper is enough. You no longer pray for signs. You pray for sensitivity. You don't ask for more, you ask for meaning. That shift has changed everything. Life feels different when you trust timing. You've discovered that blessings don't always arrive with trumpets. They often come softly, disguised as ordinary days. The miracle isn't the event, it's the awareness. The realization that what you have is holy because it's held by heaven. As revealed in the book of John, chapter 15, verse 5, I am the vine, you are the branches. If you remain in me, and I in you, you will bear much fruit. Apart from me, you can do nothing. End 1. You read that verse and smile, because it perfectly describes your journey. Remaining, that's what you've learned. Not running, not reaching, just remaining. You understand now that fruit doesn't grow from force, it grows from connection. Your peace, your strength, your wisdom, all of it flows from staying rooted in presence. You no longer chase productivity like proof of worth. You've realized that bearing fruit isn't about doing more, it's about being more. The vine doesn't strain to produce it, simply abides, and in abiding, everything necessary arrives. You think back to the seasons where you tried to make things happen on your own. The frustration, the fatigue, the emptiness after every small victory. You were growing, but not grounded, producing, but not prospering. And yet, even in your striving, grace was patient. Heaven didn't shame you for moving too fast. It simply waited for you to learn how to breathe again. Now, you live in a slower rhythm, one that feels like partnership instead of performance. You don't need to manufacture miracles. You just make space for them. Every pause becomes a prayer. Every silence becomes a seed. You begin to understand that the fruit God desires most isn't visible, it's internal. Peace, kindness, gentleness, faithfulness, the unseen qualities that ripple through unseen lives. These are the fruits that don't spoil, the ones that multiply in silence. Sometimes you wonder if others can feel it, the peace that hums beneath your words, the calm that lingers after your presence. You don't say much about it, but you see it in their eyes. You've become a reflection of what you once begged God for, stillness that comforts. The way you live now preaches louder than any sermon you could speak, not because of eloquence, but because of evidence. You are living proof that waiting with God builds what rushing never could. And though you've grown stronger, you've also grown softer. You're quicker to forgive, slower to judge, easier to love. You've learned that peace is a protector. It guards your joy from bitterness, your faith from fear, your love from exhaustion. You can sense heaven smiling on that growth, the kind of smile that says, "You've learned what I wanted you to know all along." It was never about achievement, it was about attachment. Never about doing for God, it was about being with Him. Now, every choice you make flows from that union. You don't move without peace, and you don't speak without purpose. Your life has become a prayer, one that doesn't end with "Amen," because it never stops being spoken. You've noticed something else too when you rest in God. You begin to reflect Him. The more you abide, the more your actions resemble His. Love becomes instinct. Grace becomes your default. You start to forgive quicker, to see beauty in imperfection, to meet chaos with calm. That's the miracle of remaining. It transforms you without forcing you. You pause for a moment, looking at how far you've come, The waiting, the silence, the refining, all of it brought you here. You were not delayed, you were designed. Every moment of stillness became a thread in the tapestry of peace that now covers your life. This chapter of your story is not about what you're building, it's about what you're becoming. And you can feel heaven expanding something in you again, preparing you for the next step, not with anxiety, but with anticipation. If this message resonates in your spirit, if you feel the quiet confirmation that your life is shifting from striving to remaining, then type, "I remain," in 4, just 2 words. But they carry the weight of your entire journey. When you write, "I remain," you're not declaring perfection, you're declaring persistence. You're telling heaven, "I won't run when it's slow. I won't doubt when it's silent. I'll stay." In 4, it's your way of saying, "My roots are here. My peace is planted. My faith is fixed." In 4, and as you type it, picture the vine again, steady, life-giving, unbroken. Every branch that abides bears fruit in its time, not rushed, not late, just right. You exhale deeply, letting that truth settle. You are no longer waiting for your moment. You are the moment. You've become what heaven wanted all along: peace in motion, love embodied, patience made visible. You whisper softly into the air, "I remain." Oh, and heaven answers back through the quiet. Then fruit will follow. Oh, evening comes again, wrapping the world in soft gold and shadow. The light fades gently, as though the day itself is exhaling. You sit by the window and watch the slow descent of the sun, steady, unhurried, certain. There's something deeply reassuring about the way it sets. No noise, no struggle, just purpose fulfilled. You realize that's what your life has begun to look like too. You no longer chase the light, you reflect it. There's peace in knowing you don't need to control the rhythm of things anymore. The seasons turn without your permission, and yet everything still finds its place. You've stopped trying to force outcomes. You've stopped bargaining with heaven. Instead, you've begun to walk in trust step by step, moment by moment, grace by grace. This kind of living feels different. It's quieter, but fuller. You notice that you smile more often now, not because everything is perfect, but because you no longer need it to be. Joy doesn't come from outcomes anymore. It comes from awareness. You've discovered the art of seeing God in small details, in laughter that lingers, in sunsets that remind you of renewal, in silence that still speaks volumes. The peace you carry now feels permanent, not because life stopped testing you, but because your foundation finally held. You've become like a lighthouse, steady in the storm, illuminated by something greater than yourself. You don't need to escape darkness anymore. You simply stand in it with light. You think back to all the lessons that shaped you, how patience was planted through waiting, how faith grew roots through uncertainty, how love deepened through loss. Each trial you once tried to rush through became a classroom of compassion. You learned that endurance doesn't make you hard, it makes you holy. It refines you, not into perfection, but into perspective, as declared in the book of Romans, chapter 5, verse 4. Perseverance produces character, and character, hope. You let that truth linger. Perseverance wasn't punishment, it was process. You were being built quietly, layer by layer, into someone unshakable, The storms didn't destroy you, they designed you. Every tear that once blurred your vision has become clarity now. You see the world differently because pain taught you how to look through heaven's lens instead of your own. Hope has taken on a new meaning for you. It's no longer a wish, it's a knowing. It's not a desperate reach toward what might be, it's a gentle trust in what already is. Hope, for you, has become less about outcomes and more about outlook. You no longer ask when as often as you ask why. And when the why is love, the when no longer matters. You can sense how this transformation has changed even your silence. You used to fill quiet with questions, now you fill it with gratitude. You used to dread stillness, now you seek it. Because stillness has become sacred ground, the place where heaven rebuilds your strength. You look at yourself not as the person who survived the silence, but as the one who was redefined by it. You don't carry the same tension in your shoulders anymore. The old restlessness that used to wake you in the middle of the night has been replaced by calm awareness. The same hands that once clenched for control now open easily in surrender. There's a gentleness in your pace that wasn't there before. You're no longer running ahead of grace, you're walking inside it. That's what maturity in the spirit feels like. Calm courage. You move when it's time. You wait when it's wise. And you trust that even the pauses are prophetic. You can feel it how God still moves quietly in the background, weaving the unseen threads of your life. You don't always see what He's building, but you've come to trust the blueprint. You've seen enough of His patterns to know that no part of the process was wasted. Not the detours, not the doubts, not even the delays. Everything carried divine intention. This understanding brings freedom, freedom from forcing, freedom from fear, freedom from the constant need to explain. You no longer owe anyone proof of your peace. It's visible in how you carry yourself, how you speak with calm conviction, how you listen with genuine attention. You've become a reflection of quiet confidence, the kind that doesn't demand to be understood because it's already at peace with being known. You realize that this is what restoration truly means. It's not returning to who you were before the breaking. It's becoming who you were meant to be because of it. The cracks in your soul didn't disqualify you. They made space for the light. You are no longer trying to hide your scars. You wear them like windows. Reminders that healing wasn't the end of your story, it was the evidence of it. The evening deepens, and the first stars appear. You find comfort in their timing, never early, never late. They remind you that light doesn't disappear, it just waits for darkness to reveal it again. You smile, realizing that you've become the same. The light in you no longer depends on the day. It depends on your source. You whisper softly, not as a question, but as a declaration. I am still standing. And in that sentence, you feel the full circle of grace. You understand that survival was never the goal. It was the gateway. You were never meant to just make it through. You were meant to rise through. You close your eyes, letting the quiet wash over you. Peace hums low and steady, the kind that feels eternal. You don't need to see what's next to trust it anymore. You've seen enough of God to know whatever comes, it will be good. The morning returns with a gentleness that almost feels sacred. The light doesn't rush in, it pours, slow and golden, like honey across the horizon. You've learned to love these quiet beginnings. They remind you that not all growth announces itself. Some simply appears, one sunrise at a time. The stillness around you is no longer something to overcome, it's something you inhabit. Something holy. You move through your morning with an ease that surprises you. The routines that once felt ordinary now feel meaningful. Every motion pouring water, opening the window. Breathing deeply becomes a small act of communion. You no longer separate the spiritual from the simple. You've realized that heaven doesn't visit your life occasionally, it dwells in it constantly. The peace inside you isn't fragile anymore. It's been tested, tempered, and tried. You've carried it through storms and sleepless nights, through doubts and delays, and it never broke. What began as a whisper has become your foundation. You've stopped running to find peace because you finally understand you are standing in it. There's something sacred about the stability you feel now. Not perfection, not the absence of challenge, but the deep awareness that nothing outside of you has the power to steal what was built within you. The same world that once drained you now feels different because you no longer approach it empty. You carry fullness, and fullness transforms everything it touches. As written in the second book of Corinthians, chapter 4, verse 16, "Therefore we do not lose heart. Though outwardly we are wasting away, yet inwardly we are being renewed day by day." Man, those words hum quietly through your spirit. They feel familiar now, like something you've lived, not just read. Renewal has become your rhythm. You used to fear endings, but now you see that they are often beginnings in disguise. Every loss has led to deeper layers of life. Every time you thought you were finished, grace whispered, "Not yet. I'm still renewing you." No, that's the mystery of this journey. You never truly reach an end. There's always more to uncover, more to unlearn, more to receive. Growth doesn't come from grasping, it comes from surrendering. The more you let go, the more room heaven has to fill. You look back at the person you once were, the one who measured worth by movement, who equated love with labor, who thought slowing down meant falling behind. That person was sincere, but not yet free. You don't judge them now, you thank them. They carried you here. They believed enough to keep walking when sight was gone. They trusted enough to keep breathing through the ache. Without their persistence, this peace wouldn't exist. The deeper you walk with God, the more you see that everything was mercy, even the moments that didn't look like it. Mercy hid in closed doors, in delays, in detours. Mercy whispered when your plans unraveled. Mercy held your hand when silence stretched longer than your patience. Every no you received was simply heaven protecting you from smaller things. And so, you've stopped fearing what leaves. You've stopped panicking over what changes. The rhythm of renewal has taught you that what falls away is often making room for what's better. You don't cling as tightly anymore. You trust the exchange. You've become fluent in the language of transition, how endings and beginnings often speak the same dialect. You can hear it now, the subtle hum of heaven rearranging things beneath the surface. You no longer resist it, you participate. Every surrender becomes a sentence in your ongoing testimony. There's a certain lightness that comes when you finally understand you're not meant to carry everything. You start to hold things open-handed, relationships, opportunities, even dreams. You've realized that God never takes anything without giving something greater in return, even if what he gives looks invisible at first. That invisible renewal is what sustains you now. You don't rely on visible progress, you trust unseen process. You've learned that just because something isn't visible doesn't mean it isn't vital. Seeds grow underground, long before they bloom above it. You find comfort in that truth. It's the same rhythm that shaped your soul, quiet growth. Hidden transformation. Invisible miracles unfolding while no one is watching. You used to crave recognition, but now you crave revelation. You no longer want to be seen, you want to see. And what you see now is beauty. Everywhere. In scars that healed slower than you hoped. In prayers that were answered differently than you expected. In moments that once broke you, but now bless you. You understand that nothing in God's design is wasted. Even your weakness became a window for His strength to shine through. Your perspective has become eternal. You've stopped trying to measure success by temporary metrics. You know now that heaven's pace is steady, not hurried. It doesn't reward noise, it rewards nurture. The deeper your roots of peace grow, the less you need the world's applause to affirm your purpose. You sit with this awareness for a while. The air still and golden. The peace inside you feels alive, like a quiet heartbeat, keeping time with eternity. You can sense the same presence that once waited hours to speak, still moving gently, still whispering softly, still renewing you day by day. There's no more striving, no more proving, just breathing. You finally understand that peace isn't a destination, it's a direction. And as long as you keep walking toward presence, you'll never lose your way. You glance outside once more. The day has settled into calm, the kind of calm that doesn't fade when darkness comes, the kind that stays, steady and sure, because it was never built on circumstance. And as the light stretches thin across the horizon, you realize that what you've found isn't just peace, it's permanence. The kind of stillness that follows you wherever you go, because it lives inside you. You close your eyes, smile faintly, and breathe one last prayer into the fading light. Keep renewing me. End. The world feels softer now, as though creation itself has learned to move at the same rhythm you do. There's a stillness in your steps, a quiet reverence in how you approach each day. It's not that everything around you has slowed down. If anything, life still moves with its usual chaos, but you've stopped matching its pace. You walk to the tempo of grace now, and grace never rushes. You wake with a calm awareness that every day is sacred, even the ordinary ones, especially the ordinary ones. You've learned that holiness doesn't only visit mountaintops or miracles, it dwells in mornings, in moments. In the middle of what seems mundane, the extraordinary has become woven into the everyday, because you finally see that God is everywhere. Not just in dramatic displays. There was a time when you longed for signs, when you searched for proof that heaven hadn't forgotten your name. But now, you understand that silence was proof of trust. God didn't stop speaking. He was teaching you to hear in frequencies beyond words. You don't need confirmation anymore. You carry conviction. The peace within you has become both anchor and compass. It grounds you when storms rise, and it guides you when paths twist. You used to ask, "What if I choose wrong?" Now you know that a heart anchored in presence rarely strays far. Even when you wander, grace becomes gravity, always pulling you home. You think about the long road that brought you here, the nights you spent, asking when it would all make sense. The mornings you woke, weary, but kept believing anyway. Every question, every tear, every breath of endurance has become part of your foundation. You realize that faith doesn't erase pain, it redeems it. As written in the book of Hebrews, chapter 10, Verse 35. So do not throw away your confidence. It will be richly rewarded. And you pause on that verse, letting it echo through the quiet. Confidence, not the loud kind that demands attention, but the quiet kind that endures, the kind that stays when outcomes don't make sense, the kind that trusts even when there's nothing left to see. You've built that kind of confidence, not through success, but through surrender. There were seasons when you felt small, overlooked, uncertain. You mistook stillness for insignificance. But now, you understand what heaven knew all along, that confidence isn't born in crowds, it's built in caves. The same silence that once made you feel forgotten became the workshop where your spirit was refined. You sit in that awareness for a while, realizing that confidence and peace are siblings. One anchors the heart, the other steadies the hand. Together, they make you unshakable. You no longer move from impulse, you move from insight. You've learned that discernment grows best in stillness, and you've become fluent in that sacred language. Even when life still tests you, and it does, you respond differently now. You no longer ask, "Why me?" You ask, "What are you showing me?" Pain has turned from punishment into perspective. Delay has transformed from denial into direction. You don't resist the lessons anymore. You receive them. You realize that wisdom isn't loud either. It rarely arrives in flashes. It arrives in patterns, in hindsight, in patience, in peace. You've become sensitive to those subtle signals, the way your spirit feels when something is right or wrong. The quiet nudge to pause before deciding. The peace that either stays or slips when you drift from alignment. These are the compasses you trust now, the invisible ones. The more you trust them, the lighter you walk. The more you listen, the clearer everything becomes. You've stopped looking for external proof because you've learned that heaven often hides instruction inside intuition. The heart trained in stillness can hear what noise tries to drown out. You think about all the people still rushing, those who haven't yet learned the beauty of waiting. Your heart softens toward them. You don't judge their pace. You pray for their peace. Because you remember exactly what it felt like to sprint after answers that were never missing, just maturing. You wish you could show them what you've learned, that God never forgets. He simply finishes things at the speed of perfection. The strength you carry now feels weightless. It's not the kind you earned by fighting, it's the kind you received by yielding. You used to confuse surrender with weakness. Now you see that surrender is strategy. It's how heaven wins battles without shouting. It's how peace overcomes panic. It's how you've learned to move through this world not reacting, but responding. You find yourself thanking God for the quiet more often, for the seasons that stripped away what you thought you needed, for the lessons that came disguised as loss, for the peace that grew in soil watered by your own tears. It's strange how gratitude can grow from pain, but that's the miracle of grace. It turns everything, even heartbreak, into harvest. You glance outside as the evening returns. The sky is deep blue now, streaked with the last light of day. You remember how sunsets used to make you feel sad, like endings. But now they make you feel grateful, like closure. Every sunset is proof that completion can be beautiful. The world is quiet around you, but inside, it's alive with reverence. You can feel heaven breathing through the spaces of your peace. You don't need applause or affirmation. You've already heard the only voice that matters whisper, "Well done, Lonk." And that whisper, that steady, sacred voice is enough to carry you anywhere. You close your eyes for a moment, not to escape, but to embrace the stillness fully. The peace that fills the room feels eternal, like it's older than time. Maybe it is. Maybe what you're feeling is the same peace that hovered over the waters before creation began. You inhale deeply and let the truth settle. Nothing has been wasted, and nothing has been missed. You are exactly where you need to be. The night feels tender, vast, and alive all at once. There's no sound except the soft hum of life, moving quietly through the dark. You stand still, sensing something ancient in the air, something sacred, like a promise being kept. You realize that this is how divine completion feels. It doesn't roar. It doesn't demand attention. It simply arrives, calm and certain, like the tide returning home. Everything inside you feels settled. The questions that once burned now rest like cooled embers, still glowing, but no longer consuming. You don't need all the answers anymore. You've discovered something far greater, the ability to trust without knowing. That trust has become your compass, your rhythm, your breath. You think about how far you've come, not in distance, but in depth. The journey that began in silence has led you here, to stillness. They are not the same. Silence is the absence of sound. Stillness is the presence of peace. And now you carry that presence like a heartbeat, constant and steady, no matter where you go. It's almost impossible to put into words how transformation truly feels. It doesn't happen in a single moment. It happens slowly, quietly, in places no one sees. It's the soft rewiring of your thoughts, the tender unlearning of fear, the steady replacement of striving with surrender. It's not the fireworks of faith that change you, it's the flame that never goes out. As declared in the book of Revelation, chapter 21, verse 5, he who was seated on the throne said, "Behold, I am making all things new." And those words echo through your spirit now, not as a prophecy, but as a present reality. All things new. That's what you've become. Not perfect, but renewed. Not untouched, but transformed. The wounds that once bled have turned into wells of wisdom. The scars that once marked loss now testify to love that never left. You've seen the truth of those words unfold in your own life. God didn't replace what was broken. He redefined it. He didn't erase your past. He resurrected it into purpose. Everything that once hurt now harmonizes with hope. You understand now that new doesn't mean different. It means restored to divine design. You look around the room and feel a quiet awe. The same space that once held your tears now holds your peace. The same heart that once trembled now beats with quiet courage. The same soul that once longed for clarity now rests in communion. You have become living evidence that what God begins, He finishes beautifully. The more you reflect, the more you see that this was never just a story of waiting. It was a story of becoming. Every moment of delay was sculpting your discernment. Every unanswered prayer was carving capacity. Every silence was a brushstroke in the portrait of your soul. You realize something else too. Peace was never the goal. It was the garden where purpose grows. It was never the finish line. It was the field. Every lesson you've learned, every whisper you've heard, every storm you've survived has led to this fertile ground for the next divine assignment. You don't know what comes next. And for the first time in your life, that doesn't frighten you. You've stopped needing to predict outcomes because you finally trust the author. You've learned that every chapter, even the painful ones, plays its part in the masterpiece. You no longer read your story with worry, you read it with wonder. There's a tenderness in your gratitude now. It's not loud or dramatic, it's quiet and constant. You thank God for what came, for what stayed, for what left, and for what's still forming. You thank Him for waiting with you when you couldn't yet wait, for speaking in silence, for loving you not for your faith, but through your fragility. You sit down and feel the stillness around you, a peace that feels like being held. And in that embrace, you realize this truth. God never asked you to be perfect, He only asked you to be present. That's what you've become. Present, awake, aware. You can feel eternity pressing close now, not as distance, but as nearness. Heaven no longer feels like a place you'll go someday. It feels like a presence that lives inside you today. You've learned to carry eternity in your everyday, to see the divine in details, to treat every breath as worship. There's no triumphal ending to this story because you've learned that endings are illusions. Every completion in God is simply continuation in disguise. You're not closing a chapter, you're carrying it forward. The peace you've found here will follow you into every place that still needs light. The old fears, the ones that used to whisper, "What if you're not enough?" have grown quiet now, not because life stopped testing you, but because truth started defining you. You've come to know that you were never meant to be enough on your own. You were meant to be loved completely, guided faithfully, strengthened endlessly. You glance once more toward the window. The sky is vast, sprinkled with stars that don't compete for attention, they simply shine. Steady and sure. You smile, recognizing yourself in their stillness. You don't have to strive to shine anymore. You simply have to stay connected to your source. The night deepens, wrapping everything in gentle shadow. You take one final breath and feel the truth of every lesson settle like quiet rain on fertile soil. What began in uncertainty has ended in understanding. What started as waiting has become worship. What once felt like silence now sounds like song. You whisper softly, to no one in particular, and yet to the one who has been there all along. Thank you for waiting with me. And in that moment, you realize He wasn't waiting for you. He was waiting with you. Everything new has already begun. And so, it ends not with a shout, but with a steady peace that hums beneath your ribs. This is the part where most stories would fade to silence. But not this one. Because what's been awakened in you isn't meant to end, it's meant to continue. Every word you've heard, every pause that made you reflect, every still moment where you felt heaven draw close, all of it has been preparation. You've been refined by stillness, remade by surrender, and reintroduced to the rhythm of divine timing. You are not the same person who began this journey. The one who started here was searching. The one standing here now is seeing. You've stopped reaching out for what's already within you. Peace isn't something you chase, it's something you carry. And the light that once flickered uncertainly inside you now burns steady, quiet, and sure. This message doesn't close with conclusion, it closes with continuation. Because peace that's found must be peace that's shared. The transformation that took root here in words is meant to bloom through actions, through connection, through community. That's how light multiplies, not in isolation, But in reflection, if these words have stirred something deep within you, if they've wrapped around your heart like a reminder that you are seen, loved, and chosen, then let your response become part of the story, like this message, not as a task, but as a testimony. Let it be your quiet yes to everything heaven has whispered here. Think of that like as planting another seed in this growing field of peace, a seed that tells the world, something real is happening here. And if something in these words helped you breathe easier, helped you remember that God is still near, then share this message. Picture it like lighting a candle in someone else's dark room, not to boast, not to preach, but to remind another weary soul that hope still flickers, that silence still speaks, that peace still finds its way home. You never know whose midnight might turn into morning because of one small gesture of light. If this space has become a place where your heart rests, where you return and find your peace reawakened, then subscribe, not out of obligation, but out of alignment. See it as returning to a well that never runs dry, a gentle rhythm that keeps your spirit connected to stillness. Every time you come back, you're not just consuming words, you're cultivating presence. And maybe, before you go, leave a comment, write something from your heart, tell your story in one sentence, or simply say what this season has meant for you. Words are water, they help others grow too. Your comment might be the echo that reaches someone who needed to know they're not alone in the waiting. This isn't the end of a script. It's the beginning of a ripple. Every action you take, each like, each share, each quiet word becomes part of the movement. Heaven started in you. You've walked through silence, endured, refining, and arrived at peace that speaks louder than any storm. Now, let that peace move outward, because somewhere out there, someone is standing where you once stood, tired, uncertain, waiting for a word that will make them breathe again. And maybe, just maybe, that word will come through you. So go gently, carry what you've received. Let your presence be a reminder that stillness is sacred, that waiting is holy, and that peace, once found, is meant to flow. And as you go, remember, you're not leaving this space behind. You're carrying it with you, wherever you walk next. Like, share, speak, stay connected, not because you must, but because you can, because peace that stays silent stays small, and peace that is shared becomes a song. Let yours be the one the world hears next.